Alarms screamed through the crystalline corridors of the Galactic Federation's central database control center. Red emergency, lights pulsed in sync with the blaring sirens as technicians of 17 different species scrambled between workstations. The massive structure, orbiting the administrative hub world of Nexus Prime, had never experienced a full security lockdown in its 3-century existence. Until today. The cause flashed across every monitor in the facility. Earth's status designation had just been forcibly upgraded to "Don't even think about IT," with a security classification that broke the system's measurement scale. The designation change hadn't come from any individual or committee. It had triggered automatically after the Federation's comprehensive analysis of human history completed its final compilation cycle. Lieutenant Commander Stephen Evans stepped off the quantum transport pad, his Federation-issued translator badge struggling to filter the cacophony of panicked alien languages filling the control center. As the sole human military attaché assigned to the Federation during Earth's probationary membership period, his credentials had granted him immediate clearance when the summons arrived. "Commander Evans, your presence is required." A Zentari administrator towered over him, 6 limbs moving in precise patterns as the tall insectoid being guided Stephen through the chaos. The Zentari's compound eyes reflected the emergency lighting. "The situation is unprecedented." "What exactly happened?" Stephen asked, dodging a rushing group of Phallaxian data technicians. The Zentari led him to the central hub where a massive holographic display showed Earth spinning slowly, now encased in pulsing red warning indicators. In the 30,000 years of galactic record-keeping, no species has ever received this designation automatically. The database itself made this determination. Stephen stared at the display. "Based on what?" "Your history." The Zentari activated a console. "The Federation has been compiling a comprehensive analysis of human development since first contact. The results were concerning." The display shifted, showing holographic recordings from Earth wars spanning centuries, natural disasters met with coordinated responses, scientific breakthroughs achieved with primitive tools. Each recording highlighted the same qualities: human resourcefulness, tenacity, and capacity for extreme action. "Despite your technological inferiority," the Zentari continued, "humans demonstrate adaptation speeds and survival capabilities that defy predictive models. You transform weakness into strength with alarming efficiency." Stephen watched footage of a hospital team performing surgery during an earthquake, soldiers carrying wounded comrades through gunfire, scientists working around the clock to cure diseases. "These are our best qualities. They are what make you dangerous." The Zentari's voice lowered. "The database has determined that humans are the most potentially threatening species ever encountered. Your capacity for both violence and compassion creates unpredictable outcomes." A security door opened behind them. "Commander Evans, please follow me," called a melodic voice. A Yataran female with violet skin guided Stephen to a private chamber away from the commotion. Once inside, she sealed the room. "I'm Ella, Federation Intelligence," she said, activating privacy screens. "What they're not telling you is that Earth has been observed for longer than you know." She projected data from her personal device. "My species attempted to infiltrate your planet for resource extraction before the Federation discovered humans. Our scout ship threatened what we thought was a primitive fishing vessel. The ship was destroyed, all hands lost." "When?" Stephen asked. 1976, Bermuda Triangle region. The Yataran High Command immediately classified Earth as too dangerous for further contact. Ella scrolled through more files. "We weren't the first or last. 12 species have abandoned conquest plans after initial reconnaissance of Earth. Humans fight too unpredictably, adapt too quickly." Stephen processed this information as Ella continued. "The Federation Council has convened an emergency session. They're deciding whether humanity represents too great a threat to galactic stability. What are our options? You have less than one planetary rotation to convince the Council humans deserve their place among the stars. Otherwise, Earth faces immediate quarantine or... She hesitated. Preemptive neutralization. Stephen's communicator vibrated. An encrypted message from Earth Command scrolled across its surface. We've been monitoring their observations for decades. Contingencies are in place. Authorization to reveal Tier 3 capabilities granted if necessary. Stephen felt cold realization wash over him. The message confirmed what he'd suspected, but never knew for certain Earth had been hiding its true technological advancements from the galactic community. Capabilities that would justify the Federation's fears. Capabilities that made the "don't even think about IT" designation entirely appropriate. Now he had hours to convince the Council that the most dangerous species in the galaxy deserved to live. Stephen slipped the communicator back into his pocket, mind racing. Earth Command's message confirmed what he'd always suspected during his Federation posting. Humanity had been playing a long game of technological hide-and-seek. "We need to reach the Council chambers," he told Ella, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "How much time do we have?" "The emergency session convenes in 6 hours, Ella replied, checking her tablet. "But first, you should review what you're defending." She transmitted a secure access code to his device. "This requires your biometric confirmation." Stephen pressed his thumb against the scanner, and his tablet unlocked a cascade of classified files. Earth Command's complete briefing package. He needed privacy to review it properly. "I need quarters to prepare my case," he said. Ella nodded. "Follow me." Minutes later, Stephen paced the narrow confines of a temporary Federation quarters. The stark white walls and minimal furnishings typical of their utilitarian approach to accommodations. The encrypted data from Earth Command displayed on his secure tablet painted a picture far different from the one he'd been authorized to present during his diplomatic posting. Images of reverse-engineered alien technologies scrolled across the screen. Functional prototype weapon systems, developed from crashed vessels recovered over the past century. Technical specifications, detailed defensive capabilities that Earth had never acknowledged possessing. Most concerning was the file labeled Prometheus Protocol, a planetary defense grid, hidden beneath Earth's oceans and major mountain ranges, capable of generating an energy shield that could withstand even the Federation's most powerful weapons. The message footer indicated Earth Command had activated the system to standby mode upon detecting the database classification change. One button press would raise defenses that would shock the galactic community. A soft chime interrupted his review. "Commander Evans," the station AI announced. "Admiral Krathnar requests your presence immediately." Stephen secured his tablet and straightened his uniform. Admiral Krathnar, Military Council Chairman and legendary tactician. This meeting wasn't on any schedule, which meant the situation was evolving rapidly. Federation security personnel escorted him through sections of the station he'd never accessed before. They arrived at an imposing door emblazoned with the Federation military insignia. It slid open silently. Admiral Krathnar's office reflected its occupantoster, yet intimidating. Trophy weapons from defeated enemies lined the walls. A massive window overlooked the swirling nebula beyond the station. The Admiral himself stood with his back to the door, his scaled reptilian form silhouetted against the cosmic backdrop. "Commander Evans," Krathnar turned, revealing a face marked by deep scarring across one eye and down his jaw. "Please sit." Stephen remained standing. "I prefer to stand when discussing my planet's survival, Admiral." A sound emerged from the Draconian's throat, something between a hiss and a chuckle. "As you wish." He activated a holographic display that filled the center of the room. "Do you know why I requested this meeting?" To inform me that several council members have proposed a preemptive strike against Earth, Stephen said, recalling intelligence briefings on Crathnar's directness. The Admiral's vertical pupils narrowed. You're well informed. He manipulated the holographic controls, bringing up footage of human conflicts spanning centuries. These recordings particularly disturbed the Council. Stephen watched battles unfold across time-ancient cavalry charges, trench warfare, modern urban combat, each highlighting the same quality: adaptation under pressure. Your kind turns disadvantage into victory with alarming frequency, Crathnar explained, pausing on footage of guerrilla fighters defeating technologically superior forces. From primitive cavalry defeating superior numbers to guerrilla fighters overcoming technological advantage, you thrive when outmatched. The display shifted to satellite imagery of Earth's major military installations, one's Federation observers knew about. Intelligence suggests your defensive capabilities exceed official reports. Is that assessment accurate, Commander? Stephen maintained neutral expression. All member species are entitled to reasonable security measures, Admiral. That non-answer is answer enough. Crathnar switched off the display. The Council fears what they don't understand, Commander, and humans. He leaned forward, are fundamentally unpredictable. The door slid open, interrupting their conversation. Ella entered, her violet skin contrasting with the stark whites and grays of the military office. Forgive the interruption, Admiral, she said, bowing slightly. New information has emerged that affects these proceedings. Crathnar gestured for her to continue. The database classification wasn't arbitrary, Ella explained, activating her own data projection. I've traced it to a specific algorithm designed by the precursors themselves. The air in the room seemed to still. Even Crathnar's perpetual military bearing faltered momentarily. The precursors, Stephen asked. The founders of the Federation. The very same, Ella confirmed. The algorithm specifically flags species with unique adaptive capabilities. She highlighted sections of ancient code. It marks them not necessarily as threats, but as potential successors to the precursors themselves. Crathnar's scaled hand slammed onto his desk. This changes the Council dynamics completely. If true, half will want to destroy Earth immediately to prevent the prophecies, while others will advocate for special protection status. Stephen seized the moment of confusion. Admiral, I need to contact my superiors. After a moment's consideration, Crathnar nodded. You have 5 minutes, secured channel only. Stephen stepped into an adjacent communication room. The connection to Earth took precious seconds to establish. Commander Jackson Hayes appeared on screen, the underground facility of Sentinel Defense Command visible behind him. Evans, Hayes said, his weathered face grim. Report. Stephen quickly outlined the situation, including the precursor algorithm revelation. The Federation is divided on how to proceed. Some factions see us as an existential threat. Hayes nodded, making a decision. I'm activating Operation Handshake. Our hidden fleet will move to defensive positions throughout the solar system. Sir, the Federation will detect them. That's the point, Evans. They need to know we can defend ourselves without appearing overtly aggressive. Hayes typed commands into a console off-screen. The ships will maintain defensive postures only. No weapons hot unless fired upon. Understood, sir. Hayes leaned closer to the screen. There's more. A Federation scientist named Vorleth has been requesting contact. Intelligence suggests he's been studying human culture for decades. Find him. He might be an ally. The communication ended as Crathnar entered. Your time is up, Commander. The situation has escalated. The Council session has been moved forward 12 hours ahead of schedule. That doesn't give Earth's diplomatic team time to arrive, Stephen protested. Precisely why certain factions pushed for it, Crathnar replied. You have little time to prepare, Commander Evans. I suggest you use it wisely. As Crathnar left, Ella approached Stephen. "I can take you to Vorlath," she whispered. "His laboratory is in the scientific sector." Stephen nodded, feeling the weight of Earth's future pressing down on him. Somewhere out in the solar system, Earth's hidden fleet was moving into position, revealing capabilities kept secret for decades. The next few hours would determine whether that revelation led to peace or became the opening move in a war humanity couldn't afford to fight or win. Stephen stepped from the temporary quarters, Ella at his side. His mind processed multiple angles of approach for the impending council session, while Federation security personnel escorted them through the station's gleaming corridors. "The council session location has been changed," Ella whispered, checking her communications device. "Central chamber, alpha level." "That's the ceremonial chamber," Stephen replied, recognizing the significance. "They only use it for matters affecting the entire Federation, precisely why certain factions insisted on it. The symbolic weight carries political advantage." The massive doors to the council chamber slid open, revealing a vast circular room that dwarfed any diplomatic setting Stephen had experienced during his posting. Tiered seating accommodated hundreds of representatives from across the galaxy, their diverse physiologies requiring specialized environmental controls in their respective sections. Giant holographic displays dominated the central space, currently projecting footage of Earth's wars in visceral detail. Stephen's stomach tightened as he watched World War II battles, Cold War confrontations, and guerrilla campaigns against technologically superior forces. The Federation representatives leaned forward in their seats, mandibles clicking and appendages gesturing, as translation devices buzzed with urgent commentary. High Chancellor Vorex, an imposing Arcturian with 8 limbs and iridescent scales, struck a crystalline staff against the floor. The resonating tone vibrated through Stephen's chest as the chamber gradually quieted. "This emergency session of the Galactic Federation Council is now in session," Vorex announced, multiple translators conveying his words simultaneously across the chamber. "Commander Stephen Evans of Earth will present humanity's case regarding their status classification." Stephen approached the central podium, feeling the weight of 7 billion lives on his shoulders. Before he could speak, Ambassador Krell of the Torvani Imperium rose to his full height, his armored exoskeleton gleaming beneath the chamber lights. "Point of order," Krell's voice boomed through translation devices. "Before we entertain the primitive's plea, the Council must acknowledge that the species in question represents an extinction-level threat to galactic stability." Murmurs rippled through the chamber as Krell manipulated controls on his podium. New images appeared on the holographic display presenting separate case studies of species with adaptive capabilities similar to humans. Each of these civilizations developed precisely as humans are developing, Krell continued. Each became a threat to neighboring systems. Each required containment or neutralization. The final images showed devastated worlds, some cracked open like eggs, others reduced to asteroid fields. But the humans have demonstrated something even more concerning, Krell added. "My intelligence operatives have confirmed that Earth governments have been harboring political refugees from multiple worlds, including dissidents from the Torvani Imperium itself." The chamber erupted in shocked exclamations. Stephen maintained his composure despite the revelation. "This unauthorized sanctuary activity proves humanity's dangerous tendency to interfere in galactic affairs despite their technological limitations," Krell concluded. "I move for immediate quarantine of the Sol system." Stephen's neural implant vibrated with an incoming encrypted transmission. Commander Hayes' voice spoke directly into his mind. "Earth's long-range sensors have detected multiple Federation warships altering course towards Sol. The dreadnought Inevitable Justice, under General Mazrek, leads them. I've ordered our hidden fleet to maintain stealth protocols but prepare for potential engagement. 3 diplomatic vessels en route to you have gone silent, presumed intercepted. Proceed with caution. Stephen's expression remained neutral despite the alarming news. The chair recognizes Commander Evans, High Chancellor Vorex announced. Stephen stepped forward. Honorable representatives of the Galactic Federation, I stand before you not merely as Earth's representative, but as a voice for a species that has been judged without full understanding. The procedural recess bell chimed, interrupting Stephen's opening statement. The timing was too convenient to be coincidental. Ella approached him during the recess, discreetly accessing the central database through her security clearance. I've transferred critical intelligence to your secure tablet, she whispered. The precursor algorithm contains a second component deliberately hidden from the Council. Stephen reviewed the data. Species matching certain adaptive profiles were to be evaluated not just as potential threats, but as possible inheritors of specific precursor technologies sealed in vaults throughout the galaxy. A tall, thin figure approached them Director Vorleth, whom Hayes had mentioned. Commander Evans, a word in private, he said, his translucent skin revealing the flow of bluish fluid through his circulatory system. Vorleth led Stephen and Ella through a service corridor to a private chamber where 3 others waited. A battle-scarred veteran with cybernetic enhancements, an elderly humanoid with elaborate facial markings, and a dignified Yataran whom Ella immediately saluted. Commander Evans, I am Admiral Jormak of Strategic Operations, the cybernetically enhanced official said. This is Archivist Thelian and Head Counselor Venra of the Yataran Confederation. You're Ella's superior, Stephen noted, glancing at the Yataran official. Indeed, Venra replied. We represent the Continuity Directive, a faction within the Federation that opposes the Purity Directive's approach to emerging species. Time is limited, Admiral Jormak said, activating a secure holographic display. The precursors didn't simply disappear. They deliberately seeded the galaxy with successor races who would eventually inherit their legacy. Archivist Thelian manipulated the display controls with gnarled hands. We've identified humans as matching specific genetic and cognitive profiles described in sealed precursor archives. The display shifted to show records of human accomplishments, not just technological innovations, but moments of extreme empathy. German and Allied soldiers celebrating Christmas together in no man's land, Thelian explained, pointing to World War I footage. Enemies stopping combat to rescue each other's wounded. International cooperation during crisis situations. These qualities are as important to the precursor profile as your adaptive capabilities. A harsh alarm blared through the station, cutting their conversation short. Red emergency lights flashed as security barriers slammed into place across the chamber exits. Station-wide lockdown initiated, an automated voice announced. Security breach detected in central database. All personnel remain in place. Admiral Jormak accessed a security feed. Chief Security Officer Drex has ordered the lockdown, but look at these command protocols. Their Purity Directive overrides. Stephen analyzed the security feed. They've seized control of the station's defense systems and communication arrays. They're preventing Earth's defense capabilities from being revealed to the Council before they can authorize preemptive action, Vorleth realized. A violent explosion shook the chamber as a section of wall erupted inward. Through the smoke, a figure appeared. Talia, the Krivak operative who had saved Stephen earlier. Blood from a shoulder wound stained her tactical gear. Sympathetic security personnel provided override codes, she said, transferring data from her device to theirs. We need to move now. Stephen's neural implant vibrated again with another encrypted message from Earth. Hayes' voice carried urgent tension. Multiple objects detected on direct collision course with Earth kinetic weapons launched from the outer solar system. The attack began before the Council could vote. Activating Prometheus Protocol now. The message included a visual feed from Earth Command. Massive structures rose from ocean floors and emerged from mountain ranges worldwide, generating luminous energy shields over major population centers just as the first kinetic projectiles entered Earth's atmosphere. The impacts against the shields created blinding flashes visible from orbit. "The shields are holding," Hayes reported, "but they can't withstand sustained bombardment." This technology wasn't ready for field testing. "They're trying to eliminate us before we can present our case," Stephen told the others. "We need to reach the communications hub and broadcast evidence of this unsanctioned attack to all Federation worlds." Talia nodded toward a maintenance access panel. "I've mapped a route through service tunnels. We can bypass most security checkpoints." "Before we go," Vorlath said, retrieving something from a hidden compartment in the wall, "I must show you this." He presented a small crystalline device that pulsed with soft blue light, a sealed precursor artifact found in the Terran excavation zone. It has never activated for any species we've tested. Until now. The device glowed brighter as Stephen approached. When he touched it, the crystal projected a complex series of symbols into the air. Archivist Thelian gasped. "Those are coordinates to a precursor vault within your solar system. A vault that might contain technologies that could change the balance of power throughout the galaxy," Vorlath added. Talia checked her weapons. "We can discuss ancient artifacts after we prevent interstellar war." The communication hub is 12 levels down, and every security officer on this station will try to stop us. Stephen pocketed the crystal device. "Then we'd better not waste any more time." Stephen led the way through the maintenance hatch that Talia had indicated, the precursor crystal device secure in his pocket. The narrow service tunnel stretched ahead, dimly lit by emergency lighting strips that cast everything in a reddish glow. "Security will monitor all primary corridors," Talia said, checking her weapon as she secured the hatch behind them. "These maintenance routes are only used by autonomous repair units. We should encounter minimal resistance." They moved quickly through the cramped passage, Admiral Jormak's cybernetic enhancements whirring softly as he kept pace despite his battle-damaged frame. Ella brought up the rear, her attention divided between watching their backs and monitoring station comms through her security access. 20 minutes into their journey, Stephen felt the crystal in his pocket grow warm. He pulled it out to find it pulsing with intensified blue light. "It's activating again," he said, slowing his pace. Archivist Thelian approached, his weathered face illuminated by the crystal's glow. "Fascinating. The emission pattern has changed." Stephen turned slowly in place, watching as the pulsing quickened when he pointed the device down a branching service tunnel to their left. "It appears to be functioning as a directional indicator," Thelian observed. "A compass of sorts, perhaps guiding us to something specific within the station." Admiral Jormak checked the station schematics. "That passage isn't on any official blueprint. It leads deeper into an abandoned sector closed off after the station's last major renovation." Stephen looked to Vorlath, who nodded. "The communications hub remains our primary objective, but this warrants investigation." "We can spare 10 minutes, Talia said, checking the time. "After that, Earth's survival takes precedence over archaeological curiosity." They followed the branching tunnel, the crystal's pulsing growing more rapid and intense with each step. The passage showed signs of desusa dust covered the floor except for tracks left by maintenance drones, and several lighting panels had failed completely. After several hundred meters, they reached what appeared to be a dead solid bulkhead with no visible access panel. "There's nothing here," Ella said, her voice tight with urgency. "We need to keep moving toward the communications hub." Stephen held the crystal toward the bulkhead. The device now emitted a continuous blue glow, its light forming distinct patterns on the seemingly solid wall. "Look," Thelian whispered, pointing to where the light touched the surface. Faint lines appeared in the bulkhead, geometric patterns that hadn't been visible moments before. Vorlath ran his hand over the patterns. This isn't standard Federation construction material. Stephen stepped forward, guided by instinct, and pressed the crystal against the center of the pattern. The bulkhead responded immediately, ancient mechanisms activating with a low hum. The wall separated along previously invisible seams, revealing a chamber beyond. Cool, dry air rushed out as the group stood transfixed. The chamber before them was perfectly preserved, untouched for what Thelian estimated must be thousands of years. Inside, smooth surfaces of an unknown material gleamed under automatically activating lights. Various consoles and equipment, unlike any Federation technology, stood in pristine condition. A precursor outpost, Thelian breathed, his hands trembling as he stepped inside. Perfectly preserved. At the center of the chamber stood a distinctive array of structure of interlocking crystalline components suspended in what appeared to be a controlled energy field. A communication system, Vorlath said, examining it without touching, but nothing like our technology. Stephen approached the array, the crystal in his hand now pulsing in rhythm with lights embedded in the floor. As he reached the center of the chamber, the array responded, components shifting and aligning. A beam of light shot upward, expanding into a holographic projection that filled the room. The projection stabilized into the form of a being humanoid but distinctly alien, with elongated features and eyes that contained swirling galaxies of light. The translation matrix is initializing. The crystal in Stephen's hand announced in a neutral voice that startled everyone. Precursor archival message recovered. Translation complete. The holographic figure began to speak, its words converted to standard language by the crystal. If you are receiving this message, you are one of our designated successors. Your species was not discovered by chance. Earth was specifically seeded with our genetic markers 23,000 standard cycles ago. Stephen exchanged shocked glances with the others as the message continued. Your world was part of a galaxy-wide initiative to develop species with the necessary balance of adaptability, creativity, and compassion. These qualities are essential to face what we could not overcome entity we called only the darkness. Despite our technological advancement, we failed to stop its consumption of worlds. Our civilization has fallen. You and others like you are our final hope, our successors. Archivist Thelian frantically recorded the message as the projection displayed star maps and technical schematics. The human capacity for innovation under threat, combined with your unique empathic potential, made your world an ideal candidate. What many perceive as your species' flossier aggression when threatened, your stubbornness when challenged, these are precisely the qualities that may succeed where we failed. Admiral Jormak studied the technical data being displayed. These are defensive systems far beyond current Federation capabilities. We must get this to the Council immediately, Vorlath said. The hologram continued. This outpost contains specifications for defensive technologies we developed in our final days. Your neurological patterns are uniquely compatible with these systems. This was by design. Stephen's neural implant vibrated with an incoming message from Hayes. Shields at 87% capacity and falling. 3 Federation vessels approaching firing range. Need diplomatic solution ASAP. We need to move, Stephen said, looking to Talia. Can we use this communication array to bypass the lockdown? Talia and Vorlath examined the controls. It operates on principles that would ignore current Federation security protocols, Vorlath confirmed. We can broadcast directly to the council chamber. Do it, Stephen said. Download everything from this repository first. As Thelian and Vorlath worked to extract the precursor data, Stephen's implant vibrated again. This time, the message came from an unknown source. Commander Evans, this is Colonel Marcus Jenkins, Lighthouse Station. We've monitored the situation. You're not alone in this fight. Stephen blinked in surprise. No Earth personnel were supposed to be this deep in Federation space. Lighthouse Station. Identify yourself and location, Stephen subvocalized through his implant. Command of Observation Post in Kuiper Belt, disguised as Asteroid KX-372. Been monitoring Federation communications for 7 years. I have critical intelligence. Earth isn't the only precursor-designated world. There are 3 others under Federation observation or quarantine. The Purity Directive has already moved against one. While Stephen processed this information, Ella accessed a nearby terminal using her intelligence credentials. Jenkins is right, she said, eyes widening as she reviewed the data. But there's more. Astronomical surveys from deep space observatories show something approaching from the galaxy's edge. Massive energy signature, consuming radiation and matter. Data classified at the highest levels. The darkness, Thelian whispered. It's real. The crystal in Stephen's hand suddenly projected new coordinates, a detailed map of Earth, with a location highlighted beneath the Pacific Ocean. Additional precursor installation detected, the crystal announced. Primary defense nexus requires activation by carrier of designated genetic markers. We're ready to broadcast, Talia announced, finalizing the preparations on the communication array. Stephen touched the array's control surface. Transmit everything, attack on Earth, the precursor message, and the data about these other designated worlds. The array pulsed, sending their broadcast directly to the council chamber and to every Federation ship in the sector. On screens throughout the station, evidence of the unauthorized attack on Earth played alongside the precursor's message about humanity's designed purpose. Stephen's implant vibrated once more with an update from Hayes. Federation ships have breached outer defense perimeter. Shields holding but will fail within 6 hours at current rate of attack. 3 ships approaching rapidly, weapons hot. Stephen looked at his allies, a plan forming in his mind. We need to reach the council chamber in person. I'm not just going to defend humanity's right to exist, I'm going to propose a mutual defense pact. We'll offer to share the precursor technology in exchange for full Federation membership and protection. The council chamber is 5 levels up, Talia said, checking her weapon. Security will be concentrated there. Then that's where we're going, Stephen replied, pocketing the crystal which now pulsed steadily like a heartbeat. Earth doesn't have much time left. Earth doesn't have much time, Stephen said, pocketing the crystal as it pulsed against his palm like a heartbeat. We need to move now. The group exited the precursor chamber, Thelian securing as much data as possible, while Vorleth sealed the ancient doorway behind them. They moved with renewed purpose through the maintenance tunnels, the knowledge of what was at stake driving them forward. 12 minutes later, they reached the access point to the council levels. Talia held up her hand, signaling the group to halt as she checked the security feeds through her wrist device. Heavy presence at all main entrances, she reported, but there's a service entrance used for catering during formal council sessions. Minimal coverage there. Admiral Jormak nodded. Lead the way. They emerged from the maintenance shaft into a bustling kitchen area. Service droids moved efficiently between preparation stations, while organic staff from various species carefully arranged appetizers on decorative platters. Official council session must be underway, Ella whispered, noting the elaborate food preparations. Talia grabbed 5 service uniforms from a storage locker and distributed them. Put these on. Move with purpose, eyes down, and follow my lead. Dressed as service staff, they blended into the background, pushing carts loaded with refreshments toward the council chamber. Guards at the service entrance barely glanced at them, more focused on scanning for weapons than verifying identities. The corridor leading to the council chamber stretched before them, its high ceilings and polished surfaces reflecting the gravity of decisions made within. Stephen felt the precursor crystal warming in his pocket, responding to their proximity to the chamber. As they approached the main doors, Steven's neural implant vibrated with another message from Hayes. Shields at 72% and falling rapidly. 3 Federation vessels have broken through outer defenses. Need diplomatic solution immediately. Steven took a deep breath and stepped away from the service cart. I'm going in alone. That's suicide, Talia hissed. No, it's diplomacy, Steven replied. I need you all positioned strategically when things inevitably go wrong. Admiral Jormak nodded his understanding. We'll secure alternative exits and be ready to extract you if necessary. Steven straightened his borrowed uniform and walked directly toward the main entrance of the council chamber. The guards moved to intercept him, but he maintained his pace. I am Commander Stephen Evans of Earth, and I have critical information for the council, he announced, his voice steady and authoritative. The guards hesitated, security protocols wrestling with the unprecedented situation of a human representative approaching the chamber unannounced. In that moment of confusion, Stephen stepped past them and through the doors. The council chamber opened before him, a vast circular room with tiered seating arranged to accommodate representatives from hundreds of worlds. Light streamed in through transparent ceiling panels, illuminating the central podium where speakers addressed the assembly. Stephen strode purposefully toward the central podium, the precursor device clutched firmly in his hand. Its pulsing blue light drew the attention of every representative present. Conversations ceased as he approached, the vast chamber falling silent. High Chancellor Vorik stood at the center of the chamber, towering over Stephen. The Chancellor's compound eyes studied the human with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, their faceted surfaces reflecting both Stephen and the glowing device in his hand. The holographic displays surrounding the chamber showed real-time footage of Earth's defenses activating against the unauthorized attack. Representatives leaned forward in their seats, captivated by both the images and the unexpected human intruder. Stephen placed the precursor device on the presentation platform. The reaction was immediate. The crystal interfaced with the council's systems, causing the chamber's lights to dim. An immense holographic projection materialized above, displaying a complete tactical overview of Earth's solar system. The projection showed Earth's previously hidden fleet engaged with the 3 Purity Directive vessels that had broken formation from inevitable justice. Meanwhile, Admiral Krathnar's forces appeared to be attempting to intercept the remaining attackers. Murmurs of surprise rippled through the council at the revelation of Earth's concealed defensive capabilities. Before Stephen could address the assembly, the chamber doors burst open with a hiss of hydraulics. General Mazrek entered, his massive frame silhouetted against the corridor lights. Behind him marched 12 heavily armed Purity Directive soldiers, who immediately moved to secure the chamber's exits. The general's gray crystalline skin reflected the chamber's lights as he approached the central podium with military precision. Ceremonial battle scars carved into his face twisted as he scowled at Stephen. Council security forces drew weapons but held their positions, awaiting orders from Chancellor Vorex. The human speaks treason and presents falsified evidence, Mazrek announced, his voice reverberating throughout the chamber. The precursor artifacts are clever forgeries, designed to manipulate this council into granting humans privileges they haven't earned. Security Chief Drex moved forward, hand on his weapon, but Mazrek activated a personal shield device with a swift motion. The air around him shimmered with an iridescent barrier. I have evidence of my own, the general continued, producing a data crystal. He inserted it into the chamber's systems, and new projections appeared alongside Stephen's tactical display. The footage showed humans in various locations around Earth, extracting technology from crashed Federation vessels. Timestamps indicated these salvage operations had been ongoing for decades. Proof that humans have been systematically stealing galactic technology rather than developing it independently, Mazrek declared, sweeping his arm toward the footage. They are scavengers, not innovators. The chamber doors opened again. Director Vorlath and Archivist Thelian entered with their own security detail, carrying components recovered from the hidden station compartment. Vorlath approached the central platform. Counselors, we have authenticated these precursor artifacts using carbon dating and material analysis. He gestured to Thelian, who transmitted the verification data to the Council's displays. These components predate any known Federation technology by thousands of years. The Council representatives divided visibly, some leaning toward Mazrek's position, others considering Vorlath's evidence. Ambassador Genva of the Al-Kharid Collective stood to address the chamber. The evidence is contradictory. How do we determine which claim has merit? She asked, her translucent appendages gesturing to both displays. Stephen's neural implant vibrated urgently with Hayes' transmission. Emergency alert. 3 Purity Directive ships have launched concentrated attack on South Pacific Shield Generator. Hidden fleet engaged but outnumbered. Shields will fail within 2 hours without reinforcement. The coordinates from the precursor device suddenly clicked into place in Stephen's mind. The Pacific Ocean location wasn't merely a dormant defense system, it marked Earth's most vulnerable shield generator. The precursors had anticipated this very scenario, placing their most powerful technology at Earth's weakest point. Admiral Jormak had entered the chamber during the commotion and now stood analyzing the tactical display. His cybernetic eye whirred as he processed the strategic significance of the Pacific location. "Chancellor," Jormak announced, stepping forward, "I am transferring Federation tactical databases to Earth's defense forces. This will optimize their defensive positions against the unauthorized attack." Gasps echoed through the chamber. Sharing military information violated numerous Federation protocols. Chancellor Vorex raised his 4 arms, calling for order. This situation has escalated beyond standard procedure. His voice carried the weight of millennia of legislative authority. "I invoke the emergency powers granted by Section 7 of the Federation Charter and call for an immediate recess. The Supreme Arbitration Protocol will evaluate all evidence and render a binding decision." The announcement sent ripples of reaction through the assembled representatives. The Supreme Arbitration Protocol was rarely invoked, a measure where representatives from 9 neutral species would evaluate evidence and issue a ruling that not even the Chancellor could override. "The protocol requires 12 hours for proper evaluation," Vorex continued, the segments of his exoskeleton clicking as he spoke. "Earth doesn't have 12 hours, Stephen stated, pointing to the tactical display where the shield over the Pacific visibly weakened under concentrated fire. During the ensuing commotion, Archivist Thelian approached Stephen, his translucent skin revealing the complex network of blood vessels beneath. He leaned close, speaking in a hushed tone. "Commander Evans, I possess authority to access the station's quantum entanglement transmitter," the archivist whispered. "It allows instantaneous communication regardless of distance." "That's exactly what we need," Stephen replied. "Using it without council approval carries severe penalties," Thelian warned, his fingers nervously intertwining. "But these circumstances may warrant the risk." Stephen's implant vibrated again, but not with a message from Hayes. The sender identification read, "Colonel Jenkins, Lighthouse Station. Commander Evans, we've detected 5 massive objects decelerating into the solar system beyond Neptune's orbit. Energy signatures match no known Federation design. They're on direct course for Earth and emitting patterns similar to the precursor warnings about the darkness. Sending sensor readings now." Stephen reviewed the data with growing alarm. Whatever was approaching Earth, it wasn't Federation or Purity Directive. The timing couldn't be coincidence. Admiral Krathnar had entered the chamber and was conferring with Jormak at the tactical display. Stephen approached the 2 Federation officers directly. Admiral Krathnar, Stephen said, I have a proposal. Earth will voluntarily share all precursor defensive technology with the Federation in exchange for immediate military assistance. Krathnar's ridged brow furrowed as he studied Stephen. Against Mazrek's forces. Not just them, Stephen replied, transferring the sensor readings from Lighthouse Station. Something else is approaching, something that matches the precursor warnings about the darkness. As the admirals reviewed the data, Ella approached Stephen urgently. Commander, I've accessed General Mazrek's classified service records. 20 years ago, he led an expedition to the galaxy's edge. He was the sole survivor of an encounter with entities matching the precursor descriptions of the darkness. Stephen glanced at Mazrek, seeing the general in a new light. That explains his obsession with suppressing precursor technology. He believes activating it will draw these entities faster. His implant vibrated with a final urgent communication from Earth. Shield generator in Pacific failing under bombardment. Unusual seismic activity detected beneath. Something massive moving in ocean trench. Reconnaissance drones capturing images of enormous structure activating. The precursor device on the platform began emitting a new pattern of signals, its light pulsing in complex sequences. Thelion examined it with wide eyes. The Pacific Vault's activation sequence has begun, the archivist whispered. According to the translated message, it can only be controlled by someone with specific genetic markers, the ones engineered into humanity. Admiral Krathnar straightened to his full height, his decision made. This is now a matter of galactic security. He activated his command interface, bypassing the Council's communication restrictions. This is Admiral Krathnar to personal battle fleet. Engage Purity Directive forces attacking Earth. Classification: Rogue terrorism against protected Federation protectorate. The tactical display updated, showing Krathnar's substantial fleet changing course toward Earth. The action would buy valuable time, but Stephen knew it also triggered a constitutional crisis within the Federation. Member species would be forced to choose sides in what could become a civil conflict, with implications for the entire galaxy. Stephen felt the weight of what was unfolding: Earth's immediate survival, the awakening precursor vault, the approaching unknown entities, and now potential Federation civil war. The precursor crystal pulsed steadily in rhythm with his heartbeat, as if confirming that everything was proceeding as the ancient beings had somehow anticipated millennia ago. Stephen glanced at the tactical display as alarms blared throughout the chamber. Status reports from Earth flashed across his neural implant, each more urgent than the last. Shield generator in South Pacific failing, Stephen announced, transferring the data to the main display. Estimated 30 minutes until complete collapse. The holographic projection showed the shield's energy matrix fluctuating dangerously as Purity Directive ships concentrated their firepower on the weakened section. Below the ocean's surface, something else was happening. Energy readings spiked from the coordinates identified by the precursor device. Seismic activity detected, Thelion said, analyzing the incoming data. Magnitude 8.3 earthquake originating from the Pacific Vault location. Chancellor Vorik studied the readings with compound eyes that reflected the chaos unfolding on multiple displays. What exactly is awakening down there, Commander Evans? Before Stephen could respond, Commander Hayes' voice came through his neural implant. Pacific coastal regions implementing tsunami protocols. The ocean above the vault it's not behaving normally. The water is churning in patterns that defy natural fluid dynamics. Above Earth, Admiral Krathnar's battle fleet emerged from hyperspace, ships deploying into combat formation as they engaged the Purity Directive vessels. The space above Earth erupted into a light show unlike anything humanity had ever witnessed. Antimatter weapons collided with gravitational distortion fields, creating prismatic explosions that cast colors never before seen by human eyes across Earth's night sky. Stephen's implant buzzed with reports from Earth Command, all global military forces at maximum alert, billions watching from surface. First contact scenarios now irrelevant. Humanity is witnessing advanced interstellar combat in real time. The precursor device on the platform pulsed with increasing urgency, its light patterns shifting to form complex sequences. Stephen studied them, recognition dawning on his face. "These aren't warning signals," he said, focusing on the pattern. "It's an activation sequence specifically for the Pacific Vault." Thelion leaned closer, translucent skin revealing the rapid flow of blood through his vessels. "You're right. The pattern contains embedded command protocols." Stephen turned to Thelion. "You mentioned a quantum entanglement transmitter. We need to send this activation sequence to Earth immediately." Thelion's eyes widened. "That would violate at least 7 Federation security protocols and save billions of lives," Stephen countered. The archivist hesitated, then nodded. "Follow me, quickly." They moved toward a restricted section of the station, the precursor device clutched in Stephen's hands. Its pulsing grew more insistent with each step. Security Chief Drex noticed their movement and intercepted them at a security checkpoint. "Where are you going with that artifact?" Drex demanded, hand resting on his weapon. "To the quantum communications array," Stephen answered. "We need to transmit these activation codes to Earth before the shields fail completely." Drex's expression hardened. "That's a restricted system. Access requires Council authorization." Behind them, the tactical display showed Admiral Krathnar's ships engaging in direct combat with the Purity Directive forces. Earth's skies blazed with the light of advanced weapons fire. "There's no time for authorization," Stephen insisted. "Look at what's happening. Earth has minutes, not hours." As Thelion initiated the transmission protocols, automated security systems detected the unauthorized access. Blast doors slammed shut around them, emergency lights flashing as alarms wailed. "Station security lockdown initiated," announced the system. "Unauthorized access to restricted communications detected." Drex studied the tactical display showing the battle above Earth, then the data from the Pacific Vault. His mandibles clicked as he made his decision. He pulled out his security override module and inserted it into the control panel. "Security override, Chief Drex, authorization Omega-73, he stated firmly. "Emergency protocol enacted under Section 12 of Federation Security Charter." The system processed his credentials. "Override accepted. Lockdown suspended for 12 minutes. "That's all the time you get," Drex told Stephen. "Make it count." Thelion worked quickly, connecting the precursor device to the quantum entanglement system. "Targeting Earth Command frequency," he said, fingers flying across the interface. "Transmitting activation sequence now." The quantum particles linked across vast distances, delivering the information instantaneously to Earth Command. Stephen's implant vibrated with Hayes' confirmation. Activation sequence received. Dispatching Special Operations Team to Pacific coordinates. Underwater cave system detected leading to vault entrance. On the tactical display, a small craft departed from a hidden facility, racing toward the coordinates in the Pacific Ocean. The feed identified it as carrying Captain Alexei Petrov's team scientists and combat specialists trained for extreme environments. Stephen's attention shifted as Colonel Jenkins from Lighthouse Station transmitted new data. 5 unknown vessels have accelerated dramatically. Energy signatures partially match records from General Mazrek's expedition. New arrival estimate, 12 hours. They've adjusted course directly toward the Pacific Vault. They can sense the activation across interstellar distances. The council chamber descended into chaos as General Mazrek made his move. With a hand signal, soldiers stationed throughout the station revealed themselves, seizing control of critical systems. Emergency bulkhead sealed, trapping council representatives in the chamber. I tried to warn you all, Mazrek announced, his voice cracking with uncharacteristic emotion. 20 years I've worked to prevent this moment. The general approached the central platform, his military bearing giving way to visible fear. My expedition found them at the galaxy's edge. My ship was the only one to return because they were more interested in the ancient ruins we'd been excavating. Stephen watched as the tactical display showed Mazrek's operatives taking control of station defenses, communications, and life support. They consume technology, Mazrek continued, addressing the stunned council, especially precursor technology. I've dedicated my career to finding and neutralizing these artifacts before they could activate and draw the darkness to our worlds. Director Vorleth had been quietly analyzing the precursor artifacts throughout the crisis. He stepped forward, data tablet in hand. These artifacts aren't just weapons or tools, Vorleth announced. They contain specifications for a defensive system specifically designed to repel these entities. He projected his findings onto the main display, highlighting complex schematics embedded within the artifact's code. The technology operates on principles we've never explored, Vorleth continued. It utilizes unique properties of human neural patterns as an operational key. The precursors didn't just create humans to use this technology. Humans are integral components of its operation. Stephen's implant buzzed with an incoming transmission from Captain Petrov's team. We've reached the underwater entrance. Structure is responding to our presence. DNA recognition protocols activated. We're going in. The feed from Petrov's helmet camera showed an enormous chamber illuminated by bioluminescent technology that had lain dormant for millennia. At the center stood a control interface unlike anything in Federation records. This interface it's responding to me specifically, Petrov reported, approaching the central console. I seem to have the strongest genetic markers matching precursor specifications. The camera feed distorted as Petrov made contact with the control surface. For several tense minutes, only static came through. When the feed cleared, Petrov's voice had changed, calm yet urgent. I understand now, he said. The vault contains a planetary defense system. It creates an energy field that renders Earth invisible to the darkness, while simultaneously generating a decoy signal to lure them away from populated systems. Stephen watched as data from the vault uploaded to the tactical display, revealing the full scope of the precursor defense network. There's something else, Petrov continued, his voice heavy with realization. The system requires a human operator to physically interface with the control mechanism. The operator becomes a living component of the defense network. Hayes' voice cut in. Captain, are you saying this is a one-way integration? Yes, Petrov confirmed. The interface is permanent. The operator sacrifices their individual existence to become part of the system. Admiral Jormak, who had been analyzing the incoming data, addressed the council. This confirms what the intelligence suggested. These entities, the darkness, have visited our galaxy multiple times over millions of years, consuming advanced civilizations before retreating to unknown regions of space. This explains the precursor's disappearance, Thelian added. They created successor races with specific capabilities to continue their work after they were gone. On the tactical display, Admiral Jormak executed a bold move. He transmitted General Mazrek's classified expedition records to all Federation vessels engaged in the battle above Earth. The effect was immediate. Several Purity Directive ships broke off their attack, recognizing that destroying Earth would eliminate their best defense against the approaching threat. Stephen stared at the feed from the Pacific Vault, where Captain Petrov stood before the interface, his decision already made. Command, I'm initiating the interface protocol, Petrov announced. The shields won't hold much longer. We don't have time to debate this. Captain, wait, Hayes began, but Petrov had already placed his hands on the interface. It's painless, Petrov reported as the technology began integrating with his nervous system. I can feel the system connecting to my consciousness. It's expanding. I can sense the entire planetary defense network. The tactical display showed energy readings spiking throughout the Pacific region as the vault fully activated. A protective field began expanding outward from the ocean floor, neutralizing the purity directive weapons attempting to breach Earth's shields. Decoy signal activating, Petrov reported, his voice increasingly synthetic, directing away from Sol system to draw the darkness from Earth. Admiral Krathnar's forces secured the Federation station, arresting General Mazrek and his remaining loyalists. The Council, faced with irrefutable evidence of both the precursor technology's authenticity and the approaching threat, called for an emergency vote. Earth is hereby granted emergency protected status, Chancellor Vorex announced, the segments of his exoskeleton clicking with each emphasized word. I authorize immediate deployment of additional Federation forces to the Sol system to establish a defensive perimeter. Stephen stepped forward to address the Council, now recognized as Earth's legitimate representative. The precursor records indicate that Earth is not alone. There are other successor races, each possessing unique capabilities that, when combined, create the strongest possible defense against the darkness. His proposal silenced the chamber. I propose a joint Human Federation task force to locate these other precursor successor races and unite them against our common threat. Before the Council could respond, Commander Hayes transmitted urgent news. The protective field is functioning perfectly, but the decoy signal is failing. The darkness continues its approach to Earth. It can distinguish between genuine precursor technology and the decoy. Petrov's increasingly mechanical voice came through. The defense network is incomplete. It requires activation of all 4 precursor vaults scattered across the galaxy, each operated by one of the successor races. Earth's vault alone cannot repel the approaching threat. Stephen looked at Admiral Krathnar and Chancellor Vorex. We need to find the other 3 successor worlds identified in Colonel Jenkins' intelligence. The tactical display updated with the positions of the Darkness vessels, now less than 12 hours from Earth's solar system. Their only hope lay in activating all 4 vaults simultaneously before these entities reached any inhabited systems. We'll need to move quickly, Stephen said, studying the star chart where the possible locations of the other successor worlds glowed like distant beacons of hope. And we'll need to convince 3 species we've never met to sacrifice one of their own, just as Captain Petrov has done. Admiral Krathnar nodded grimly. I'll prepare my fastest ships. Admiral Krathnar responded, already issuing commands through his neural interface. But we'll need more than speed to reach these successor worlds in time. Within hours, Operation Lighthouse took shape with unprecedented efficiency. 20 vessels assembled in Earth orbit 13 Federation warships with energy signatures Stephen had never seen before, alongside 6 human prototype ships previously hidden from Federation knowledge. The dreadnought Resolute Guardian loomed largest among them, its kilometer-long hull undergoing rapid modifications to accommodate a joint species command center. Stephen stood on the observation deck, watching Federation engineering teams swarm over the ship. The Council's emergency authorization had bypassed decades of bureaucratic procedure, allowing direct technology sharing at levels that would have been unthinkable days earlier. The command center is almost ready, Admiral Krathnar said, joining Stephen at the viewport. We've integrated human control interfaces with our systems. Your people adapt quickly. Necessity eliminates hesitation, Stephen replied, studying the tactical displays showing Earth below. Federation engineering vessels descended toward major military installations across the planet. How long before we depart? 6 hours. Director Vorlath requires additional time to properly transfer the precursor data to our onboard systems. On Earth, Commander Hayes coordinated the Global Defense Enhancement Operation from a converted nuclear bunker beneath the Rocky Mountains. Federation engineers worked alongside human technicians, integrating compatible alien technology with existing defense systems. Route these shield emitters through our satellite network, Hayes instructed, highlighting points on a global map. We need coverage over every major population center within 18 hours. The power requirements exceed Earth's current generation capacity, a Federation engineer noted. Hayes pointed to schematics on another screen. That's why we're implementing the fusion catalyst design your team provided. Teams in China and India are already modifying their reactors. The engineer's compound eyes widened. Your people have already adapted the design. That would take a Federation engineering team days. Humans work well under pressure, Hayes replied, turning to another station where feeds showed military units worldwide redirecting to support the defense implementation. In the Pacific Vault, Captain Petrov's consciousness expanded beyond his physical form. His body remained at the control interface, but his awareness spread through the precursor systems, accessing archives locked away for millions of years. I'm seeing their records of the darkness. Petrov's synthesized voice transmitted to both Earth Command and the Lighthouse Fleet. They're not simply predatosphere technology consumers. Semi-organic entities that incorporate advanced technological patterns into their own structure. The data streamed from Petrov's interface to specialized receivers, images forming of massive entities that seemed to shift between solid matter and energy states. Records showed civilizations, falling worlds with technology far beyond current Federation capabilities, consumed within days. The precursors encountered them multiple times, Petrov continued. Each cycle forced them to retreat, rebuild, advance. The successor species plan was their final strategy, creating multiple species with complementary abilities that could activate the defense network even after the precursors themselves were gone. At Lighthouse Station, Colonel Jenkins monitored the approaching vessels. His hands moved rapidly across sensor controls, face illuminated by the holographic display. Movement change detected, he reported, transmitting to both Earth Command and Operation Lighthouse. The 5 vessels are splitting formation. 3 continue toward Earth, but 2 have altered course toward Centauri Prime and the Argales Cluster Federation core worlds. Stephen and Admiral Krathnar reviewed the data aboard the Resolute Guardian. They're adapting their strategy, Stephen observed. That suggests intelligence, not just instinct. More concerning, Jenkins added, the vessels appear to be reconfiguring their external structure. Comparing to initial scans, they've modified their energy absorption systems. They're developing countermeasures based solely on detecting the vault activation. Admiral Jormak remained in Earth orbit, his cruiser Swift Justice, serving as the coordination hub for the planet's expanded defense network. Federation engineers had helped modify Earth's satellite systems into a specialized detection grid, calibrated specifically for the darkness energy signatures. These modifications to the shield harmonics, a human engineer suggested, pointing to calculations on her tablet, would reduce power consumption by 30%. Admiral Jormak studied the proposal. This approach wouldn't work with standard Federation shield configurations. That's because you typically use crystalline emitters. Our carbon-based conductors create different harmonic patterns. She demonstrated with a simulation showing the modified shield pattern. Jormak immediately approved the adaptation, watching as human innovation meshed with Federation technology in ways neither civilization had explored before. General Mazrek sat in a detention cell aboard the Federation station, facing Director Vorlath across a simple table. You concealed critical information for 20 years, Vorlath stated, recording devices capturing every word. Explain. Mazrek's military bearing had crumbled, his hands trembling slightly. My expedition found more than just the entities. We encountered a Survivora Vorkai scientist whose world had already fallen, the crystalline telepathic species from the Dinkara sector. Yes, before dying, he transferred his memories directly into my mind. Mazrek's eyes unfocused, seeing something beyond the room. I experienced their world's destruction firsthand. The Vorkai activated their precursor vault, but without coordinating with the other successor worlds. The partial activation attracted the darkness instead of repelling it. So you decided isolation offered better protection than activation. After experiencing those memories, Mazrek shuddered. I believed preventing any activation was our only chance. In Antarctica, Director Vorlath's science team established a coordination facility inside a natural electromagnetic anomaly that shielded their work from detection. Human and Federation scientists worked together, analyzing the Pacific Vault's data streams. The system design is ingenious, a Federation quantum physicist observed, studying holographic models of the four vaults. Each contains complementary technology that, when activated in proper sequence, creates a galactic-scale energy field. The field doesn't just hide the worlds, added a human scientist. It actively repels the darkness entities at a fundamental quantum level. Vorlath integrated their findings, his methodical mind piecing together the implications. Petrov's partial activation may have accelerated their approach. The incomplete field appears to attract rather than repel. Operation Lighthouse departed Earth orbit utilizing experimental Federation face drive technology, accelerating to speeds that made the stars blur around them. Stephen coordinated from the Mobile Command Center, where representatives from 12 Federation species worked alongside human officers. 3 days into their journey toward Lyrics Prime, the fleet encountered an unexpected obstacle, a massive debris field stretching across their path. Navigator displays flashed warnings as the ships decelerated. This isn't on any Federation charts, Admiral Krathnar noted, examining the obstacle that forced them to plot a detour. Stephen studied the composition analysis. These aren't natural formations. He highlighted sections showing uniform patterns. These are artificial structure-res defensive installations and spacecraft fragments. The Admiral's expression darkened. Another civilization. One recently destroyed, Stephen concluded. The debris hasn't had time to disperse. And look at these energy signature-res technology beyond current Federation capabilities. Yet still insufficient against the darkness, Krathnar observed grimly. The fleet salvage teams recovered key components, including data storage systems. Federation technicians extracted partial records showing attack patterns and engagement tactics. Meanwhile, Ella worked with her intelligence network, cross-referencing ancient texts from dozens of Federation worlds. The patterns she discovered sent a chill through Operation Lighthouse Command. References to entities matching the darkness appear across multiple cultures, she reported, displaying examples on the briefing room screens. The cycle averages approximately 50,000 years between appearances. Each time, they target the most advanced civilizations while leaving primitive worlds untouched. More disturbing were the religious texts containing detailed descriptions of the vessel Sakons, supposedly from divine visions, that matched current sensor readings with unsettling accuracy. As Operation Lighthouse approached Lyrics Prime after their detour, long-range scanners detected planetary defense systems activating. "They've spotted us," Thelian reported from the sensor station. Primitive missile systems and electromagnetic weapons powering up across their northern continent. Their response patterns. Stephen examined the data, noting familiar formations. They're remarkably similar to Earth's standard protocols. The precursors engineered comparable attributes into both species, Admiral Krathnar concluded. Stephen faced the challenge of establishing first contact with a civilization that had no previous knowledge of extraterrestrial life, while the countdown to the darkness arrival continued relentlessly. Through his expanded consciousness, Captain Petrov reached deeper into the Pacific Vault systems. His awareness extended across space, finding resonance with similar technology on Lyrix Prime. "I've established contact with the Canthari Vault," Petrov transmitted, confirming they are indeed a successor species. "I'm extracting access codes that should facilitate peaceful contact." The data streamed to Operation Lighthouse, providing cultural and linguistic information that would prove invaluable for first contact. But Petrov's voice carried new urgency. "Critical warning. The Canthari Vault shows signs of premature activation. Their recent technological acceleration has triggered dormant systems. If it fully activates without proper coordination with our vault and the others, it will create a catastrophic feedback loop." Stephen studied the implications on the command center's main display. The countdown timer showing the darkness approach seemed to accelerate as he realized what they faced. "If that happens," he said, looking at Admiral Krathnar, "the entire precursor defense network will permanently disable. We'll lose our only effective weapon against the darkness." Krathnar nodded grimly. "Then we must ensure that doesn't happen. Prepare the first contact team." Stephen opened a direct channel to the fleet as the Lyrix Prime surface defense systems tracked their approach. "All vessels, maintain current trajectory. Do not return fire or activate weapon systems." "We're being locked onto," reported the tactical officer aboard the Resolute Guardian. "Multiple launch signatures detected from the northern continent." Admiral Krathnar studied the tactical display, his expression steady. "Deploy containment fields. Standard non-aggressive protocol." The missiles screamed upward through the atmosphere, nuclear warheads armed and tracking the alien vessels that had entered their space uninvited. As they reached the upper atmosphere, shimmering fields of blue-white energy expanded from the Federation vessels, enveloping each missile in a perfect sphere of force. The warheads detonated, but the explosive force and radiation remained trapped within the containment fields, creating brilliant miniature suns that gradually faded as the energy dissipated. "No damage to Federation vessels," reported Thelian. "Containment fields functioning at optimal efficiency." Stephen moved to the communication station. "Time to introduce ourselves." He accessed the Canthari communication frequencies extracted from surveillance data and Petrov's vault information. His fingers flew across the interface, inputting a sequence of universal constants, ratio of electron to proton mass, the fine structure constant, the speed of light expressed in prime numbers. Following these mathematical truths, he added simple geometric progressions that no intelligent species could mistake for random noise. Minutes passed as the fleet maintained position, additional missiles contained and neutralized without counterattack. Then the targeting systems on the planet's surface powered down. "Incoming transmission," announced the communications officer. The main viewscreen activated, revealing a copper-furred being with verticalslit pupils and delicate whiskers, framing a face that combined feline features with humanoid proportions. "This is Dr. Naren Voss, chief scientist of the Canthari Global Security Council," the being stated in a melodic, precise voice translated by the Federation systems. "Identify yourselves and state your purpose." Stephen stepped forward. "I am Stephen Evans, representing Earth's Unified Defense Command and the Galactic Federation. We come with urgent information regarding a threat approaching your world." Voss's whiskers twitched slightly. "The entities you call the Darkness." "Yes, we've detected their approach." Admiral Krathnar exchanged surprised glances with Stephen. "You've been aware of them?" Stephen asked. Just as we've been aware of your observation satellites for the past 7 years, Voss replied. We maintained the appearance of ignorance while developing our countermeasures. Your missile technology would have been ineffective against them, Admiral Krathnar noted. Those were merely our first response to unknown vessels, Voss stated. We have other defenses in development based on our study of the installation beneath our northern polar region. Stephen leaned forward. The precursor vault, how much have you learned about its purpose? Enough to understand it's part of a larger system, not enough to activate it safely. Voss's eyes narrowed. I assume you've located a similar installation. We have, Stephen confirmed. Our vault is currently in a state of partial activation. Captain Petrov, our interface operator, has established contact with your facility. Voss's ears flattened momentarily. The geological disturbances we've recorded make sense now. Our vault has begun autonomous activation protocols, matching your description of events on Earth. We need to coordinate our response immediately, Stephen said. The entities approaching your world have accelerated their timeline. Land your diplomatic vessel at these coordinates. Voss transmitted location data to the fleet. The Prime Director has authorized direct contact. Our Global Security Council will meet with your representatives. As Stephen prepared for planetfall, an urgent communication came through from Colonel Jenkins at Lighthouse Station. Priority update from long-range sensors, Jenkins reported, his face grim on the screen. The Darkness vessels have altered course again. 4 ships now headed directly for Lyrix Prime, only one continuing toward Earth. They're adapting, Stephen observed. Prioritizing prevention of vault coordination over capturing individual installations. Worse, Jenkins continued, we've detected significant acceleration. First vessel will reach Lyrix Prime in 36 hours, our previous estimate. Admiral Krathnar immediately accessed Fleet Command channels. All ships, battle stations, deploy in defensive formation around the planet. Stephen gathered his diplomatic team, including Director Vorlath and representatives from key Federation species. As they boarded the shuttle for planetary descent, he received confirmation that the defensive preparations on Earth were progressing rapidly. Commander Hayes and Admiral Jormak had successfully integrated Federation shield technology with Earth's satellite network, creating a layered defense system. The Pacific Vault, through Captain Petrov's interface, connected directly with these systems, channeling power to strategic points where the Darkness vessel was predicted to concentrate its attack. The hybrid system is showing unexpected benefits, Hayes reported. Our computer architecture differs fundamentally from Federation systems, making it resistant to certain electronic warfare techniques the Darkness has employed in previous encounters. The diplomatic shuttle descended through Lyrix Prime's atmosphere, a world of amber skies and copper-tinted vegetation stretching below them. The landing coordinates brought them to a massive mountain range where a Canthari security detail awaited sleek, copper-furred beings in fitted uniforms, weapons held ready but not aimed at the V-Doctor tours. Dr. Voss greeted the delegation personally, leading them into an underground facility through massive security doors that slid open in the mountain face. The architecture blended seamlessly with the natural stone, creating a space that felt both natural and precisely engineered. The council awaits, Voss explained, guiding them through corridors where Canthari personnel worked at stations monitoring planetary defense systems and the mysterious vault activity. The meeting chamber, carved from living rock, contained a circular table where 7 Canthari officials sat, the central figure distinctly more commanding in presence. Prime Director Saren, Voss announced, may I present the Earth and Federation representatives. The Canthari leader studied them with unblinking amber eyes. Despite the alien features, Stephen recognized the familiar weight of leadership responsibility in the Prime Director's posture. You claim our worlds share a common purpose, Saren stated directly. Prove it. Stephen activated the holographic display they'd brought, showing the 4 precursor vaults identified across Space Earth's Pacific installation, Lyrax Prime's polar facility, and the suspected locations of the Vorkai and Mithridian vaults. As the meeting progressed, Stephen noted the striking similarities between human and Canthari approaches to crisis management, methodical analysis combined with decisive action. After reviewing the evidence of the darkness approach and capabilities, Prime Director Sarah Dr. nodded firmly. Dr. Voss will work directly with your team to establish synchronization protocols between our vaults, Saren announced. Our survival depends on coordination. While the diplomatic engagement proceeded, Admiral Krathnar received critical intelligence from General Mazrek, transmitted via secure Federation channels. The general, still detained but cooperating fully, provided vital information about the remaining successor species. The Vorkai established colonial outposts after their homeworld's destruction, Mazrek revealed. Federation records misclassified them as mining operations rather than refugee settlements. And the 4th species? Krathnar asked. The Mithridians evolved in a gas giant's upper atmosphere, Mazrek explained. Their organic technology differs fundamentally from conventional systems, making them nearly invisible to standard Federation sensors. Admiral Krathnar immediately divided the Operation Lighthouse fleet into 3 battle groups. He would command the largest group at Lyrax Prime, while Federation Captain Jareth Venko would seek out the Vorkai colonies, and human Captain Malcolm Reynolds would take Earth's prototype vessel, Defiant, to contact the Mithridians. Stephen has provided authentication codes derived from the precursor artifacts, Krathnar informed the departing captains. These should facilitate peaceful Sea Doctor Act with both species. Dr. Voss led Stephen and Director Vorlath deep beneath the mountain complex to the Canthari precursor vault. Unlike Earth's underwater installation, this facility embedded itself in solid bedrock, its architecture adapted to the planet's distinct geology. Despite these differences, the central technology mirrored Earth's vault, with a control interface designed for Canthari neural patterns at its center. We've selected our interface operator, Voss announced, gesturing to a female Canthari who NDRED from an adjacent laboratory. Dr. Linataris, my colleague and bondmate. Her genetic markers match precursor specifications more closely than any other Canthari. Taurus approached the interface console, studying it with scientific precision. I understand the risks and responsibilities, she stated firmly. A holographic projection appeared above the central console. Captain Petrov's image, transmitted from Earth's Pacific Vault, the precursor communication network. Dr. Taurus, Petrov's synthesized voice echoed in the chamber. I can guide you through the integration process. As they established this direct connection, Petrov shared a critical discovery. The integration isn't necessarily permanent as we believed. The precursor system will release the operator once all 4 vaults synchronize, and the defense network fully activates. This revelation sparked hope across both teams, even as warning signals flashed through the Federation quantum entanglement network. Admiral Jormak's defensive fleet at Earth detected unusual energy fluctuations from the Darkness vessel as it passed Jupiter. The entity is harvesting materials from Jupiter's atmosphere, reported Jormak, converting them to additional mass and energy. This accelerates its approach while increasing overall size and power. Stephen coordinated with all teams, establishing the precise activation sequence required Earth first, then Lyrax Prime, followed by the Vorkai and Mithridian installations. Any deviation would create a catastrophic feedback loop, disabling the entire network. While analyzing data from both vaults, Stephen identified a pattern in the precursor programming. There's an emergency failsafe, he reported to the combined Earth-Canthari team. If normal sequential activation fails, the vaults can still synchronize through quantum entanglement between the successor species representatives themselves. A doctor-neural connection between all four operators, Dr. Voss confirmed, examining the data. Risky, but a viable backup plan. As they continued preparations, an unexpected transmission reached the Operation Lighthouse command staff. For the first time, the darkness entities attempted direct communication, sending a message in multiple Federation languages. Surrender the precursor technology. Resistance guarantees extinction. Compliance ensures survival. More disturbing, the message included detailed Federation security codes that should have been impossible for any outside entity to access. This confirms intelligence capabilities beyond our assessment, Director Vorlath noted gravely. Or suggests infiltration of Federation systems, Stephen added, meeting the director's eyes. Potentially traitors within the galactic community. The countdown timer on the main display continued its relentless advance. 32 hours remained until first contact with the darkness. The unexpected transmission rippled through the command center like an electric current. Stephen's fingers flew across his console, isolating the communication frequency. Those security codes are Tier 1 clearance, Director Vorlath said, voice tight with tension. Only 16 individuals in the entire Federation have access. Admiral Krathnar's eyes narrowed. Implement protocol blackout all ships. Switch to emergency channels only. Within seconds, the standard communication networks went dark as ships disconnected from the primary Federation grid. The abrupt silence on previously bustling channels created an eerie void in the command center's audio feeds. Stephen turned to Ella, who had been analyzing the communication patterns. We need a new network they couldn't possibly anticipate. Can you integrate Earth's military-grade encryption with Canthari quantum protocols? Ella nodded, already moving to a workstation. The disparate architecture should create an impenetrable hybrid. The Canthari use frequency modulation in their quantum communications that's fundamentally different from Federation standards. Prime Director, Stephen addressed Saren directly, we need access to your military communications specialist doctor, immediately. Granted, Saren replied without hesitation. Doctor. Voss will provide whatever resources you require. Within 4 hours, the hybrid system came online. Stephen designated the original Federation channels as deliberate misinformation conduits, while Operation Lighthouse shifted all critical communications to the new network. Countdown update, Colonel Jenkins announced over the secure channel. Vessels DRW 28 hours from arrival. They've increased velocity again. Dr. Voss led Stephen deeper into the CanDRRI facility, where medical teams had established a controlled environment for Dr. Linataris's integration process. Unlike Captain Petrov Doctor, emergency connection on Earth, the Canthari had prepared meticulously for this moment. Dr. Taris sat in a specialized chair surrounded by monitoring equipment. Federation and Canthari medical personnel worked side by side, comparing readings and adjusting parameters. We're documenting every stage, Voss explained. The data will prove invaluable when we contact the remaining successor species. Taris looked up as they entered. The preliminary neural pathways are forming properly, she reported, her voice calm despite her position at the center of so much attention. The connection feels natural, as if designed specifically for Canthari neurology. Stephen watched as the integration proceeded through carefully measured stages. Each step revealed new insights about the precursor technology, how it adapted to the operator's unique neurological patterns, how it established safeguards to prevent neural overload, how it created feedback loops to verify successful connections. The vault is responding differently to structured integration, one of the Federation SC Dr. Tists noted. Captain Petrov's emergency connection bypassed several verification protocols that Dr. Taurus is experiencing sequentially. A priority communication interrupted them. Admiral Jormak's face appeared on the emergency channel, his expression grim against the backdrop of a battle-ready command center. The entity has crossed Mars orbit. We've engaged with full weapons complement. The feed switched to external cameras showing Federation vessels firing coordinated energy beams at the approaching darkness. The beams simply disappeared into the shifting mass, absorbed without visible effect. Kinetic projectiles penetrated the entity, but the material simply flowed back together, sealing the wounds instantly. Then a brilliant blue-white beam shot from Earth's surface of Pacific Vault, channeling energy through Captain Petrov's interface. Where this beam struck, the darkness rippled and dispersed temporarily, unable to maintain cohesion. "It's working." Commander Hayes' voice joined the transmission. "The precursor technology affects directly. We've co-Dr. Gord Earth's defensive systems to match the frequency patterns." Stephen turned to Dr. Voss. "We need to accelerate Dr. Taurus's integration. The effectiveness of a single vault proves the concept, but we need all four synchronized for full defensive capability." On the secure channel, another communication arrived. Captain Jareth Venko reporting from the Cygnus sector. "We've located the primary Vorkai colony," Venko reported. "Massive asteroid complex hidden within a debris field. Initial contact was unusual. The captain looked slightly disoriented on screen. They detected us before visual range through telepathic means and responded with immediate hostility. I broadcast the authentication codes as instructed." His image briefly distorted. The colony leader Elder Cylindri established direct mental contact, bypassing our communication systems entirely. Stephen leaned forward. "Did you confirm vault status?" "Affirmative," Venko replied. "They transported their vault piece by piece before their homeworld's destruction. They've already selected their interface operator, a telepath named Arixis, with strong genetic markers matching precursor specifications. Their telepathic abilities detected the darkness long before our sensors could," Venko continued. "That's why they responded defensively. Have been hiding from these entities for generations." A second communication window opened, showing Captain Malcolm Reynolds aboard the Earth vessel Defiant. "Commander Evans, you won't believe what we're seeing," Reynolds said, his typically composed features animated with wonder. "Nimbus IV contains an entire civilization invisible to standard sensors." The feed switched to specialized scanners showing massive biological structures floating through the gas giant's atmosphere-relevant architecture spanning kilometers, pulsing with bioelectric energy. "The Mithridians evolved organic technology that operates on principles completely different from ours," Reynolds explained. "We've established contact with their representative, Flotilla Guide Zephyra." The image shifted to show a luminescent, translucent being contained within an environmental sphere. Tendrils of light shifted through its body as it communicated through a Federation translation device. "They've already studied their precursor vault and integrated it with their living architecture," Reynolds reported. "Zephyra has been selected as their interface operator due to her biological compatibility with the precursor specifications." Stephen quickly integrated this information, updating their activation sequence plans. "Both species need to begin their interface procedures immediately. We'll establish the quantum entanglement network as each operator completes integration." A priority alert interrupted from Earth. Commander Hayes' face appeared, tension evident in every line. "We have a serious situation," Hayes reported. "Multiple Federation vessels have broken formation purity directive ships we thought contained after Mazrek's arrest. They're attacking Admiral Jormak's fleet from behind." Stephen watched in dismay as the tactical display showed the mutinous vessels opening fire on Earth's defenders, creating a dangerous gap in the defensive line. The darkness immediately accelerated toward the weakness, exploiting the coordinated attack. "This confirms it," Stephen said grimly. "The Purity Directive is working with these entities, whether through infiltration or by choice." He turned to Admiral Krathnar. "We need to implement the emergency unification protocols." Krathnar nodded without hesitation. "Authorized, proceed immediately." As Dr. Hen activated the direct link to Captain Petrov. "Captain, we're establishing quantum entanglement between all 4 operators. Dr. Taurus is completing her Tegration now. You'll be the anchor point for the network." Petrov's voice came through, strained but determined, ready to proceed. As Dr. Taurus completed her final integration stage, her consciousness expanded beyond the Canthari vault, connecting with Petrov across interstellar space. Her eyes widened at the new awareness. "I can sense him," she said wonderingly. "His thoughts, his experiences are accessible to me now." Director Vorlath approached with new analysis data. "We've identified a critical pattern in the precursor programming," he reported. "The system requires specific cognitive states from each operator, complementary neural patterns unique to each successor species." He displayed the findings on the main screen. Human adaptability, Canthari analytical precision, Vorkai telepathic perception, and Mithridian biological harmonization. When combined through the entanglement network, these create a defense matrix specifically calibrated against the darkness. That's why previous civilizations failed, Stephen realized. They lacked this precise neurological combination the precursors engineered into us. With this understanding, Stephen began coordinating with representatives from all 4 species, developing an emergency activation sequence, a synchronized neural pattern that could bypass normal procedures if conventional methods failed. As these preparations continued, Colonel Jenkins reported new developments from Earth. "The main vessel has deployed smaller entities toward population centers," Jenkins said. "They're targeting power facilities and communication arrays with surgical precision." The tactical display showed the drone-like constructs spreading across Earth's surface, while conventional military forces engaged them with limited effect. The darkness was systematically isolating the Pacific Vault, degrading infrastructure before their main assault. Stephen's communication console chimed with a priority message from Archivist Thelion. "Commander Evans," the archivist began, his usually composed features tight with urgency. "I've discovered something critical in the precursor artifacts. There's a 5th succession species and vault." Stephen felt the room go still around him. "The location corresponds to coordinates in the Veiled Nebula," Thelion continued. "If this information is accurate, our entire defense system may require reconfiguration to incorporate this 5th component." Stephen looked at the countdown timer, 26 hours remaining until first contact at Lyrix Prime. The weight of command pressed down on him as he considered the implications of this revelation against their dwindling timeline. Stephen stared at the coordinates displayed on Thelion's transmission. The Veiled Nebula region notorious for spatial distortions and navigational hazards. A 5th species. He muttered, mind racing through the implications. The entire Operation Lighthouse framework was built around 4 connection points. If the precursor system was actually designed for 5-point synchronization, their current activation strategy was fundamentally flawed. He tapped his comm unit. "All senior personnel to the Strategic Command Center immediately." Within minutes, the command center aboard the Resolute Guardian filled with key personnel. Stephen established secure quantum communication channels to representatives from all DRR successor species. Captain Petrov's face appeared on one screen, his features strained but alert despite the neural load from the Pacific Vault. Dr. Taurus joined from Lyrix Prime, her Canthari features composed despite the recent integration process. 2 additional screens activated, showing the newly established connections with Elder Cylindria from the Vorkai colony and flotilla guide Zephyra, whose translucent form pulsed with bioluminescent patterns. "We face a critical decision point," Stephen began, displaying Thelian's data. "The precursor defense system appears designed for 5-point synchronization, not 4. We've identified coordinates for what may be the 5th succession species in the Veiled Nebula." Admiral Krathnar analyzed the coordinates. "That region has been classified as a navigational hazard zone for centuries. Federation exploration has been minimal." "Perhaps deliberately so," Archivist Thelian added from his station. "The precursor artifacts indicate this 5th species specializes in data preservation and system coordination. May be the linchpin of the entire defense network." Krathnar made his decision without hesitation. "I'm authorizing an immediate expedition to these coordinates." "The science vessel, Empirical Truth, under Captain Lin Zhao will depart within the hour." Stephen nodded. Captain Zhao's experience in hazardous stellar environments makes her the ideal choice. He turned to the communications officer. "Prepare the Empirical Truth for immediate departure with full scientific complement and defensive capabilities." A priority alert interrupted their planning session. Commander Hayes's face appeared on the main screen, background filled with emergency lighting and personnel in motion. "The smaller entities are systematically disabling power grids across North America, Asia, and Europe," Hayes reported. "We've lost 38% of Earth's power generation capacity in the last hour." The tactical display showed spreading blackouts across Earth's surface as the darkness drones methodically targeted key infrastructure. "We're implementing the emergency distribution system," Hayes continued, "rerouting critical resources through the shielded underwater cables. The Pacific Vault is extending protective fields over major population centers, but Captain Petrov cut in, his voice strained. "These defense doctor cannot be maintained indefinitely without full system activation. The Vault's internal power reserves are substantial but finite." From the Lyrics Prime feed, Dr. Taurus straightened suddenly in her integration chair. "I've completed final neural connection with the Canthari Vault," she announced. "I can sense Captain Petrov's consciousness through the entanglement network. The monitoring equipment around her registered Dr. significant changes in energy patterns. Federation scientists moved quickly to document these readings. The combined consciousness is creating unexpected synergies, Dr. Voss reported, analyzing the incoming data. "Shield integrity has increased by 28%. Energy efficiency has improved by 35%. Director Vorleth studied the readings with intense focus. This confirms my theory. The system was specifically designed for multi-species neural integration, each contributing unique cognitive patterns." An emergency transmission cut through from Admiral Jormak's fleet. The Admiral's face appeared briefly before the feed switched to external battle footage. 3 Federation dreadnoughts executed synchronized attack patterns, driving directly into the shifting mass of the darkness. "They're implementing Sacrifice Protocol Alpha," Krathnar said quietly. The dreadnoughts detonated their core drives in sequence, the massive energy release temporarily disrupting the entity's cohesion. The black mass fragmented, its pieces scattering across Earth's orbit. "All conventional weapons fire now," Jormak ordered over the open channel. "We have a 30-minute window before it reconstitutes." Earth's defense platforms and orbital weapon systems released their full arsenal into the disrupted entity. Missile trails crisscrossed space, their detonations illuminating the orbital battlefield with brief, intense flashes. Federation vessels coordinated their attacks with Earth's military, focusing concentrated fire on the disrupted sections. "The assault is slowing its advance," Colonel Jenkins reported from his monitoring station. "But look, it's adapting." The tactical display showed the fragments of darkness absorbing the energy from weapons impacts, using it to accelerate their reconstitution process. From the Vorkai colony feed, Captain Venko reported alongside Elder Cylindria. Behind them, a massive crystalline chamber pulsed with rhythmic energy patterns. Young Arixis has begun integration with the Vorkai Vault, Cylindria announced, her telepathic translation coming through the Federation systems. His connection process differs significantly from the human and Canthari methods. On screen, a slender Vorkai youth sat within a crystalline framework, eyes closed in concentration. Energy patterns flowed between his body and the surrounding structure. He's established immediate connection with the other operators, Venko added with undisguised wonder. His telepathic abilities have strengthened the quantum entanglement network beyond our projected parameters. Arixis's eyes suddenly opened, luminous with internal energy. When he spoke, his voice resonated with unusual harmonics. "I see them clearly now," he said. "These entities aren't consuming technology randomly. They're specifically targeting precursor artifacts and related technologies throughout the galaxy. This is a deliberate eradication campaign." On the fourth communication channel, Captain Reynolds reported from Nimbus IV. Behind him, massive biological structures floated through the gas giant's atmosphere-releving cities spanning kilometers. The Mithridian Vault operates on principles fundamentally different from the others, Reynolds explained. It utilizes bioelectric fields and organic computing rather than conventional technology. The camera panned to show flotilla guide Zephyra entering a chamber where technology and biology had merged seamlessly. Her translucent body pulsed with increasing luminescence as she approached the organic technological hybrid at the chamber's center. "She's beginning integration now," Reynolds reported. "Her biological systems are synchronizing with the precursor technology." As Zephyra connected with the system, her bioluminescence intensified, patterns rippling through her translucent form in complex sequences. The organic components of the Mithridian Vault responded, pulsing in harmony with her biological rhythms. Colonel Jenkins's urgent voice cut through the multiple feeds. "Commander Evans, we're detecting unusual energy fluctuations in the Kuiper belt beyond Neptune." The main tactical display shifted, highlighting an anomalous reading moving through the outer solar system. "Advanced sensors are picking up a cloaked vessel," Jenkins continued. "Configuration unknown, not matching any Federation or darkness profiles. It's approaching Earth on a trajectory designed to avoid conventional detection systems." Stephen exchanged glances with Admiral Krathnar. "Can we establish communication?" Jenkins nodded. "I'm transmitting on the encrypted precursor frequencies provided by Captain Petrov." For several tense moments, the command center waited. Then the communications array activated, displaying an unfamiliar script before the translation matrix processed it. "This is Sentinel Keeper Maris of the vessel Terminal Gateway, representing the Axiom Collective," a melodic voice announced through the speakers. "We detected the precursor vault activations and have come to establish contact with our fellow successor species." On the main screen, an image appeared, a humanoid figure with silvery skin and intricate patterns of light flowing beneath the surface. Behind the figure, a ship interior unlike any Federation design gleamed with technology that somehow appeared both ancient and advanced. "The fifth succession species," Stephen said quietly. "They found us." "The fifth succession species," Stephen said quietly. "They found us." The silvery figure of Sentinel Keeper Maris inclined her head slightly. "Rather, Commander Evans, we have been watching. The Axiom Collective has monitored the development of all 4 successor species since the precursors established the defense network." Stephen noted the intricate patterns of light beneath her metallic sky data streams flowing through what appeared to be an advanced neural interface system. Ports gleamed along her temples, suggesting direct technological integration capabilities beyond anything Federation science had achieved. Permission to dock with the Resolute Guardian, Maris requested. Time constraints make personal coordination essential. Admiral Krathnar stepped forward. Granted, Docking Bay 3 is being prepared now. Within 30 minutes, Stephen stood alongside Admiral Krathnar and Colonel Jenkins as the airlock cycled open. Sentinel Keeper Maris entered with 4 additional Axiom representatives. Up close, the metallic scales covering their bodies caught the light in mesmerizing patterns, shifting with each movement. Our vessel, the Terminal Gateway, contains the central coordination systems necessary for the defense network's final activation, Maris explained as they walked toward the command center. The Axiom Collective evolved specifically to preserve precursor knowledge, untainted by outside influence. Our neural structure allows us to process and integrate vast amounts of data, are the designated coordinators for the 5-point synchronization. Director Vorleth studied the Axiom delegation with scientific curiosity. Your physiology appears designed for direct neural interfacing with precursor technology. Precisely, Maris confirmed. The precursors engineered 5 distinct evolutionary paths for the succession species. Each specializes in different aspects of the defense system: humans for adaptive implementation, Canthari for technical refinement, Vorkai for telepathic stabilization, Mithridians for organic harmonization, and Axiom for central coordination. In the command center, urgent alerts interrupted their discussion. Commander Hayes's face appeared on the main screen, emergency lighting casting harsh shadows across his features. Commander Evans, catastrophic infrastructure failures are spreading across all major population centers, Hayes reported. The smaller entities are systematically disabling power grids, communication networks, and transportation systems. We're implementing emergency evacuation protocols for coastal regions, but civilian casualties are mounting. The tactical display showed spreading blackouts across Earth's surface. Secondary screens displayed similar situations developing at Lyrics Prime, the Vorkai colony, and Nimbus IV. The entity understands what we doctor. Attempting, Admiral Krathnar observed grimly. It's launching simultaneous attacks on all 5 locations. A medical alert flashed from the Pacific Vault monitoring station. Dr. Voss appeared on screen, concern evident in her expression. Captain Petrov's neural readings show dangerous strain patterns, she reported. He's maintaining critical defensive fields, but without full system activation, we're detecting early signs of neural degradation. Stephen turned to Maris. We need to transfer operations to your vessel immediately. The Terminal Gateway will serve as our coordination hub. Agreed, she replied. The vessel contains specialized equipment designed for this purpose. Admiral Krathnar issued rapid orders, organizing the transfer of key personnel to the Axiom vessel. Within the hour, Stephen stood in the central command chamber of the Terminal Gateway, surrounded by technology that seemed both ancient and advanced beyond Federation understanding. The command chamber featured 5 neural interface stations, a Rad-Doctor, D, in a perfect circle around a central holographic projection system. Representatives from each succession species occupied 4 of the stations, with Sentinel Keeper Maris at the 5th. Dr. Taurus appeared via quantum link from Lyrics Prime, her Canthari features composed despite the battle raging around her. The entities have deployed ground penetration weapons, targeting the geological formations protecting our vault. Our modified Federation shields are holding, but we've detected a 23% improvement in effectiveness through frequency modulation techniques developed by our scientists. From the Vorkai colony, Captain Venko reported alongside the young telepath Arixis. The entities are attempting precision strikes against our asteroid's crystalline structure. Arixis has discovered something significant. As telepathic disruption fields temporarily confuse the smaller attack entities. Arixis, his eyes luminous with energy from his connection to the Vorkai vault, spoke directly. They possess a collective consciousness that can be disoriented through specific telepathic interference patterns. We've identified neural nodes within the larger vessels that are particularly vulnerable. Captain Reynolds joined from Nimbus IV, the Mithridian floating cities visible behind him. Flotilla Guide Zephyra's bioelectric manipulation abilities have proven effective in disabling the smaller entities. The Mithridian living architecture is adapting to attacks-damaged sections reconfigured to maintain functionality. The holographic display at the center of the command chamber activated, showing a comprehensive tactical overview of all 5 locations under assault. Colonel Jenkins's voice came through from Lighthouse Station. 3 additional entities have emerged in the Kuiper Belt, he reported. They've altered course from the Federation core worlds, suggesting the darkness recognizes the threat we pose. I've deployed advanced sensor drones throughout the solar system to provide real-time tactical data. Jenkins's image appeared alongside a detailed structural analysis of the entities. We've identified previously undetectable weaknesses junction points, where their semi-organic technology connects to form larger structures. Sentinel Keeper Mari's interface directly with the central system, patterns of light flowing from her neural ports into the Axiom technology. The holographic display transformed, revealing complex schematics of the 5-point defense network. Now that all 5 succession species are represented, I can share the complete precursor activation protocol, she explained. The defense system requires not just simultaneous activation of all vaults, but a specific sequence of neural pattern harmonization between operators, a process termed concordant resonance in precursor records. The display demonstrated the processor cascading energy field expanding from Earth outward, encompassing the entire galaxy in a network specifically tuned to disrupt the darkness at the fundamental level of their semi-organic technology. The timing must be precise, Mari's continued. Any disruption during the critical activation phase could cause catastrophic feedback through the entanglement network, potentially destroying the operator's consciousness. Director Vorlath, analyzing incoming data from all 5 vaults, spoke up. I've identified critical synchronization parameters that must be maintained during activation. Working with scientists from each species, we've developed a stabilization protocol to protect neural integrity during the concordant resonance process. Stephen studied the implementation timeline Vorlath had created. This is the precursor vision realized each species, contributing unique insights that create solutions impossible for any single civilization. From the Earth feed, Admiral Jormek's battered face appeared momentarily. Behind him, his flagship Swift Justice shuddered under heavy bombardment. We've positioned ourselves between the entity and the Pacific Vault, he reported, wincing as another impact rocked his vessel. Casualties are heavy, but we're buying you time. Make it count, Commander. Admiral, you need immediate evacuation, Stephen urged. Negative. I'm maintaining tactical command from here. The Admiral's feed cut out as another barrage struck his vessel. Commander Hayes' situation report followed. The entity has begun systematic bombardment of the Pacific Ocean directly above the vault. Tsunamis threaten coastal populations worldwide. Captain Petrov's protective field is holding critical areas, but his neural readings are anchored. Dr. Englai concerning. Stephen established the final coordination timeline, displaying it across all stations. The 5-point activation will begin with Captain Petrov at the Pacific Vault, followed by Dr. Taurus on Lyrix Prime, Arixis at the Vorkai Colony, Flotilla Guide Zephyra on Nimbus IV, and concluding with Sentinel Keeper Maris aboard this vessel. The entire sequence must complete within a 12-minute window while maintaining precise neural synchronization. Terminal gateway security systems triggered alerts as multiple smaller entities attempted to breach the vessel's defenses. Outside, through the command chamber's observation ports, Stephen watched Federation vessels engage the approaching entities, buying precious time for the activation sequence. All succession species representatives, prepare for concordant resonance, Stephen ordered. Integration commences in 5 minutes. Sentinel Keeper Mari's connected fully to her neural interface station, metallic scales rippling with waves of light. What the precursors began, we now complete. The 5 become 1. Stephen watched the countdown timer as Federation and Earth forces fought desperately at each vault location. Humanity's homeworld stood hours from devastation, yet across the globe, military and civilian responses showcased humanity's core strengths: adaptation, cooperation, and unwavering commitment. Commencing 5-point activation sequence, Stephen announced. Captain Petrov, stand by to initiate. Commencing 5-point activation sequence, Stephen announced. Captain Petrov, stand by to initiate primary resonance. On the main display, Petrov's face appeared, creased with concentration. Behind him, Federation medical staff monitored banks of equipment, their expressions tense. Primary resonance frequencies aligned, Petrov reported. His voice remained steady despite the neural stress indicators flashing red on the adjacent medical displays. Establishing foundation harmonic pattern now. The holographic projection at the center of the command chamber flickered as energy signatures from Earth's Pacific Vault surged through Dr. The entanglement network. Stephen watched Petrov's neural patterns with growing concern. The captain's brainwave activity spiked dangerously as he channeled tremendous energy through the precursor systems. Dr. Voss appeared in a secondary window. Commander, Captain Petrov's cerebral activity exceeds safe parameters by 42%. We're implementing neural buffers, but they won't hold indefinitely. On Earth, massive tsunamis rose as the darkness concentrated bombardment on the Pacific. Commander Hayes's voice cut through. Coastal evacuation protocols at 63% completion. We're redirecting air support to extract remaining civilians from San Francisco, Tokyo, and Sydney impact zones. Stephen nodded grimly. Keep those evac routes clear at all costs. A tactical overlay showed Admiral Jormek's vessels forming a protective screen above the Pacific Vault. The Swift Justice took a direct hit, its shields flaring brilliant blue before partially collapsing. We're holding critical orbital vectors, J-Doctor, Mac reported, his bridge filled with emergency lighting and damage control teams. 3 entities have adjusted trajectory to target the vault directly, intercepting now. Stephen turned to the Lyric's prime feed where Dr. Taurus waited, her Canthari features perfectly composed despite the chaos visible through the windows behind her. Pacific Vault resonance detected, she confirmed. Beginning Phase 2 calibration. My calculations indicate an optimal harmonic intersection at 86.7% of theoretical maximum. The Canthari scientist's hands moved with precision across the control surfaces, her species' renowned analytical abilities evident in the flawless calibration adjustments flowing through the system. The holographic display expanded, showing energy patterns from both Earth and Lyric's prime merging in perfect synchronization. Admiral Krathnar reports 3 Federation dreadnoughts repositioned to absorb incoming fire targeted at Canthari population centers, Director Vorlath announced, reading incoming data streams. Prime Director Saren has deployed experimental adaptive shield technology to reinforce vault protection. On the tactical display, Stephen watched Canthari defense systems coordinating with Federation vessels. Dr. Combined fire-targeting neural nodes within the smaller attack entities. The innovative tactical approach showed immediate results. Several entities broke formation, their movements becoming erratic. Phase 2 stabilized, Dr. Taurus reported as warning indicators flashed around her station. Neural load approaching maximum tolerance. The command chamber's communication system chimed as the Vorkai colony established connection. Captain Venko's face appeared alongside the young telepath Arixis. Lyric's prime and Earth signals confirmed, Arixis stated, his eyes glowing with telepathic energy. Beginning Phase 3 integration. The moment Arixis joined the network, Stephen noticed an immediate change in Petrov and Taurus's neural readings. Their patterns stabilized, stress indicators decreasing by nearly 15%. Remarkable, Director Vorlath observed. The Vorkai telepathic field is creating a stabilizing effect across the entire network. It's functioning as a neural buffer. On the Vorkai feed, Elder Cylindria appeared briefly. Our people have initiated coordinated telepathic disruption against the attacking entities. Captain Venko's battle group is exploiting the confusion to target their neural nodes. The asteroid colony shuddered as impact struck its surface. Crystalline fractures spread across the ceiling above Arixis, but the young telepath maintained perfect focus, his contribution to the network unwavering. Structural integrity compromised in sectors 7 through 12, Captain Venko reported. Implementing emergency reinforcement protocols. On Nimbus IV, Flotilla Guide Zephyra's distinctive Mithridian features appeared on screen. Tendrils of bioelectric energy flowed across her skin as she connected to her vault's interface. 3-point resonance detected, she announced, initiating Phase 4 integration. As Zephyra joined the network, power efficiency metrics improved across all connected systems. The energy output from each vault increased without corresponding rises in neural stress indicators. Bioelectric field integration providing 27% improvement in power management, Director Vorlath noted. The Mithridian contribution is enhancing overall system stability. Behind Zephyra, Captain Reynolds coordinated with Mithridian engineers as their floating cities merged into larger, more stable configurations. The organic structures visibly shifted, reconfiguring to protect the vault and resist the atmospheric disruptions caused by the darkness. Council of Currents has authorized complete BioCity fusion, Reynolds reported. The combined bioelectric field is reinforcing Flotilla Guide Zephyra's connection. Sentinel Keeper Mari stepped forward to her neural interface station. 4-point resonance confirmed, preparing final phase integration. Outside the observation ports, multiple smaller entities surrounded Terminal Gateway, their weapons focusing on the vessel's propulsion and defense systems. Precise energy beams struck the hull in coordinated patterns designed to compromise shield integrity. Stephen moved to the defensive control station, implementing randomized shield modulation protocols. Switched to pattern Delta 69. Pattern implemented, Colonel Jenkins confirmed from Lighthouse Station. Sensor network detecting concentration of attack vessels approaching starboard section. Redirecting defensive fire. The ship rocked as impacts struck the reconfigured shields. Status displays showed progressive damage to non-critical systems, but the defensive perimeter held. Mari's connected fully to her interface, metallic scales rippling with cascading waves of light as she integrated with the precursor technology. The holographic display transformed, showing all 5 connection points aligned in perfect resonance. Final phase initiated, she announced. Concordant resonance approaching critical threshold. Director Vorlath's attention snapped to his monitoring station. Commander Evans, energy readings exceed precursor specifications by 38%. The power curve indicates potential feedback through the entanglement network. Stephen analyzed the readings, mind racing through possibilities. Could it damage the operators? High probability, Vorlath confirmed. Neural interface stress will exceed survivable parameters if the trend continues. Stephen faced an impossible choice: abort the sequence to protect 5 individuals, or continue despite the risk and potentially save countless billions across the galaxy. The tactical displays showed the darkness, pressing its advantage at each location, civilian casualties mounting by the minute. "Continue the activation," Stephen ordered. "Implement emergency, neural damping protocols at all stations. Medical teams stand by for immediate extraction on my mark." He turned to Maurice. "Can the Axiom Collective provide any protection against neural feedback? We possess data buffering algorithms designed for consciousness preservation," Maurice replied, her voice strained as she maintained the connection. "I can deploy them through the network, Doctor. Partial isolation barriers." "Do it," Stephen commanded. Energy readings continued climbing as the 5 points approached perfect synchronization. Captain Petrov's face contorted in pain, but he maintained his position in the sequence. Dr. Taurus's normally composed features showed similar strain, while Erixus's telepathic aura flickered erratically. Flotilla Guide Zephyra's bioelectric field pulsed with unstable energy as Mari's metallic scales began overheating from the massive data flow she processed. "Concordant resonance at 92% stability," Director Vorlath reported. "Energy expansion propagating at faster-than-light velocities." On the tactical display, the nearest entities of the darkness exhibited signs of structural instability. Their semi-organic hulls vibrated at frequencies matching the expanding resonance field, molecular bonds beginning to fail. Admiral Jormak's battered face appeared on screen. "Commander Evans, my sensors show the primary entity beginning final descent toward the Pacific Vault. Captain Petrov's position will be overrun in minutes." The Admiral's bridge erupted in sparks as another impact struck his vessel. "I'm implementing contingency protocol Omega." "Admiral, wait," Stephen began, but Jormak cut the transmission. On the tactical display, the Swift Justice broke formation, engines flaring beyond safety parameters as it accelerated directly toward the primary weapon node of the darkness entity. The impact created a blinding flash that temporarily disabled orbital sensors. When visual returned, the primary entity showed significant damage to its attack capabilities. Its descent toward Earth temporarily halted. "Admiral Jormak's vessel has been destroyed," Colonel Jenkins reported, voice tight with emotion. "His final action has created a critical operational window for Earth's defenses." Throughout the command chamber, status alerts intensified as all 5 neural operators approached critical neural stress thresholds. Medical warnings flashed across each monitoring station as the operator's consciousness became increasingly integrated with the precursor technology. "Concordant resonance at 96% stability," Director Vorlath announced. Field expansion progressing at expected rates. The holographic display showed the energy field spreading through nearby systems, each entity of the darkness encountered showing immediate signs of structural failure. The smaller attack entities disintegrated first, followed by progressive breakdown in the larger vessels. "It's working," Stephen observed, watching the tactical feeds from all 5 locations. "The resonance field is disrupting their ability to maintain cohesion." Even as success seemed imminent, the neural stress indicators for all 5 operators spiked simultaneously. Captain Petrov slumped in his interface chair as his readings exceeded survivable parameters. "Doctor." Taurus's eyes rolled back as she fought to maintain her position in the sequence. Erixus's telepathic aura flared blindingly bright before fading dangerously low. Flotilla Guide Zephyra's bioelectric systems discharged uncontrollably, while Sentinel Keeper Mari's collapsed as electrical discharges erupted from her neural ports. "Neural interface collapse imminent at all stations," Director Vorlath warned. "Operators cannot sustain connection. Implement emergency extraction protocols," Stephen ordered. "All medical teams, disconnect operators from interface systems immediately." The concordant resonance reached full power as medical teams rushed to extract the neural operators from their interfaces. The energy field stabilized, continuing its expansion throughout the galaxy even as its creators fell unconscious. Stephen watched the tactical display as the darkness entities throughout the solar system dissolved into inert matter, their previously indestructible technology rendered completely non-functional by the specialized Dr. HFY field. Field stability maintained, Director Vorlath reported with surprise. The resonance pattern has become self-sustaining. Stephen turned his attention to the medical status feeds from all 5 locations. What's the condition of our operators? Dr. Voss appeared on screen, her expression grave as she worked over Captain Petrov's unconscious form. Commander, we're facing unprecedented medical challenges. All 5 operators show signs of consciousness integration with the precursor technology. We're attempting to separate them now, but standard protocols are ineffective. Stephen surveyed the command chamber, where Federation and Succession species representatives watched anxiously as medical teams fought to save the 5 individuals who had just secured the galaxy's future. Director Vorlath, I need your best xenobiologists coordinating with medical teams at each location, Stephen instructed. Colonel Jenkins, maintain defensive perimeters until we confirm all entities have been neutralized. He moved to Mari's neural interface station, where Axiom medical specialists worked to stabilize her condition. Her metallic scales had dulled, the intricate patterns of light barely visible beneath the surface. We've saved the galaxy, Stephen said quietly. Now we need to save them. Now we need to save them, Stephen finished, turning from Mari's station to address the entire command chamber. Medical teams swarmed each neural operator's position with urgent precision. The Pacific Vault's feed showed Federation medical personnel in their distinctive blue uniforms were Dr. G alongside human doctors in white coats, carefully disconnecting Captain Petrov's neural interface cables one by one. Neural cascade failure imminent, a Federation medic announced, voice tight with controlled panic. Standard disconnection protocols ineffective. Dr. Elias Morton pushed forward, his weathered hands moving with practiced confidence across the interface controls. Stop. You're treating this like conventional neural feedback. The renowned neurosurgeon studied the complex readings flowing across his diagnostic screen. Look at these patterns. She's consciousness isn't damaged, it's dispersed. Morton adjusted several settings on his equipment, revealing new layers of neural activity. His mind is intact but spread throughout the precursor system Doctor, other than contained in his physical brain. The Doctor's fingers flew across his interface. We need a neural reconsolidation protocol. Bring me the modified Federation synaptic regulator and prepare 20 units of the experimental neuroplasticity compound. On Lyrix Prime, Dr. Taurus showed the first signs of recovery. Her secondary eyelids fluttered as her Canthari medical team administered specialized treatments. Remarkable, the chief Canthari physician noted. Her natural regenerative capabilities are re-establishing normal neural patterns while maintaining Dr. and G partial connection to the vault systems. Stephen watched all 5 feeds simultaneously, noting the different approaches each species took to the same fundamental problem. Commander, Director Vorlath said, I've instructed our best xenobiologists to coordinate with each location. Dr. Taurus's recovery may provide a template we can adapt for the others. Commander Hayes appeared on the main communication display. Her uniform was singed and torn, but her posture remained impeccable. Commander Evans, preliminary reports confirm complete disintegration of all darkness entities throughout Earth's solar system. Their components have broken down into inert matter. Casualties? Stephen asked. Lower than anticipated, Hayes replied. The Pacific Vault maintained protective shields over major population centers during the worst of the attacks. Coastal regions suffered significant tsunami damage, but evacuation procedures were remarkably effective. She allowed herself a small smile. Nations worldwide are implementing emergency restoration protocols. The cooperation we're seeing is unprecedented. Traditional rivalries have been set aside completely. The same pattern appears across all affected worlds, Colonel Jenkins added from his station. My sensor network in the Kuiper belt confirms the final darkness vessels attempting escape are disintegrating as the energy field overtakes them. Victory confirmation acknowledged, Stephen said. Shift all defense forces to recovery operations. Admiral Krathnar appeared on screen next, his uniform torn and face streaked with blood from a gash across his forehead. Commander Evans, I've assumed temporary command following Admiral Jormek's sacrifice. His chest rose with a deep breath. My first official action establishes permanent protected status for all 5 successor species, with immediate integration into the Federation as full members. That's unprecedented, Director Vorleth said. As is their service to the galaxy, Krathnar replied firmly. Some council representatives object, but they've been overwhelmingly outvoted. Stephen checked the status reports from the Vorka asteroid colony. Captain Venko's face appeared, a bandage covering one eye. Structural damage is significant, but the colony remains habitable. Young Arixis shows encouraging signs. The camera panned to where Elder Cylindria sat cross-legged beside Arixis's interface chair. Her hands hovered inches from his temples as golden telepathic energy flowed between them. A dozen other Vorkai formed a circle around them, their combined telepathic field visible as a shimmering dome. Our most skilled practitioners work in shifts, Venko explained. Elder Cylindria leads the effort personally, guiding his fragmented consciousness back to coherence. On Nimbus IV, Captain Reynolds stood on the balcony of a floating Mithridian structure, organic architecture rippling as it healed itself. The Council of Currents has allocated their best healers to Flotilla Guide Zephyra. Her bioelectric systems are slowly re-establishing normal patterns. A Mithridian scientist stepped into view. The atmospheric compounds in our upper ionosphere appear to accelerate healing of bioelectric pathways. We've begun synthesizing concentrated versions to share with the other operators. Stephen turned his attention to Sentinel Keeper Maris. Her condition remained the most critical, her specialized neural architecture proving difficult to disentangle from the precursor systems. Axiom neural specialists have arrived, an Axiom medical officer reported. They bring centuries of accumulated knowledge about precursor neural interfaces. Director Vorlath approached Stephen with a data tablet. The concordant resonance field continues expanding throughout the galaxy. Long-range observatories confirm the darkness entities are retreating from core worlds. I'm receiving a priority transmission from Chancellor Vorex, Colonel Jenkins announced. The Federation Chancellor appeared on the main screen, her ceremonial robes replaced by a practical field uniform. Commander Evans, I've convened an emergency council session to address the constitutional crisis triggered by these events. General Mazrek has provided comprehensive testimony about the 20-year concealment of the darkness threat. Her eyes hardened. The investigation extends to the Purity Directive's attacks on Earth and their apparent collaboration with these entities. 37 high-ranking officials have been identified in the conspiracy against successor species. Collaboration? Stephen asked. Evidence confirms direct Sea Doctor, unication between certain extremists and the darkness prior to their approach to Earth, Vorex explained. These officials face immediate removal pending trial for treason and crimes against sentient life. Stephen processed this revelation as another alert sounded from the Pacific Vault feed. Doctor. Morton stepped back from Captain Petrov, triumph evident in his expression. First breakthrough achieved, Morton announced. Neural reconsolidation protocol showing positive results. Captain Petrov's core consciousness structures are beginning to reintegrate with his physical brain. Can he speak? Stephen asked. Not yet, but we've established limited communication through neural interface devices, Morton replied. His awareness remains intact despite the trauma. We're proceeding cautiously, prioritizing preservation of his core personality and memories. Morton paused, studying his readings with surprise. There's something unexpected here. Despite physical separation from the Vault interface, he's retaining access to certain precursor knowledge databases. His neural architecture appears permanently altered. An Axiom scientist approached Stephen, carrying an ancient data crystal. "Commander, the collective has authorized access to our historical archives for all successor species." The display showed millennia of observation records Earth's historical development extensively documented, with subtle precursor interventions at critical evolutionary junctures. "They engineered us," Stephen said quietly. "All 5 species," the scientist confirmed. "Selected specific planets and modified genetic development over hundreds of thousands of years. Each species guided along developmental paths to create necessary cognitive diversity while maintaining compatibility with precursor technology." The concordant resonance continued expanding, Federation scientists now monitoring its effects throughout the galaxy. The field created a permanent defensive network, rendering protected systems invisible to the darkness, while establishing an early warning system for similar threats. The command chamber doors opened as Ella entered, her intelligence team following with secured data tablets. "Investigation complete," she reported. "The conspiracy reached higher than we imagined." Most disturbing was the confirmation of direct collaboration between extremists and these entities. Before Stephen could respond, Dr. Morton appeared again on the Pacific Vault feed, his expression cautiously optimistic. "Captain Petrov has shown significant improvement after 7 to 2 hours of treatment," he reported. "We've established more reliable communication through the neural interface." "He's asking for you, Commander Evans." Stephen moved closer to the communication display as the camera shifted to Petrov. The captain lay still on a medical bed, monitoring equipment surrounding him. His eyes open alert, recognizing as Stephen approached the camera. "Peter, Dr. Teffin said, using Petrov's first name. "We did it. The defense network is active. Earth is safe." Petrov couldn't speak, but a simple text interface translated his neural patterns, not just Earth, the galaxy. "Did everyone make it?" "The other operators are recovering, some faster than others," Stephen assured him. "Dr. Taurus is showing the most improvement. The Axiom are helping Maris, who's had the most difficult recovery." The knowledge Petrov's interface displayed. "It's still here in my mind. I can see their doctor plan." "Whose plan?" Stephen asked. "The precursors. This was always the Engamephiv species working together to activate the defense network, but there's more." The interface flickered as Petrov's neural patterns intensified. "There's something else they built into the system, something beyond defense. I can almost see it." "Doctor." Morton stepped forward. "That's enough for now, Captain. We need to continue the neural reconsolidation process." As Morton administered a stabilizing treatment, Stephen received another priority alert from Terminal Gateway's bridge. "Commander Evans to the bridge immediately," the officer requested. "The concordant resonance field has triggered something unexpected in deep space." Space. Stephen arrived on the bridge to find a team of Federation scientists clustered around the main sensor array. Director Vorlath stood at the center, his normally composed features displaying unmistakable excitement. "Commander, we're detecting propagation patterns unlike anything in our records," Vorlath said, gesturing to the holographic display. The concordant resonance isn't simply expanding, it's restructuring itself. The display showed the energy field weaving through star systems like a living neural network, establishing connection points at specific stellar coordinates. "It's forming a galactic lattice," one of the Axiom scientists explained. "Energy signatures indicate it's connecting to dormant precursor sites beyond the 5 we activated." Stephen studied the display closely. "Are these additional defensive installations?" Possibly, but the energy configurations suggest varied functions, Vorlath replied. We need more data before drawing conclusions. 6 weeks later, Stephen stood at the observation window of the medical facility aboard Terminal Gateway, Dr. Atching specialists from 5 different species, collaborating around Captain Petrov's recovery chamber. The scene would have been unthinkable just months earlier. Human doctors working alongside Canthari physiologists, Vorkai telepaths consulting with Mithridian bioelectric specialists, all under the supervision of Axiom neural experts. Dr. Morton adjusted the neural reconsolidation equipment and gave Stephen a quick nod. Perfect timing, Commander. We're about to attempt longer verbal communication. Stephen approached Petrov's bedside. The captain looked significantly improved from their last meeting. His skin had regained healthy color, and his eyes tracked movement with sharp awareness. "Peter, can you hear me?" Stephen asked. Petrov's lips moved slightly before he managed to speak. "Yes." His voice, Doctor, undid rough from disuse but grew steadier with each word. "Better. Every day." "Your progress is remarkable," the Axiom neural specialist noted, reviewing diagnostic readings. "The human brain's neuroplasticity exceeds our projections." "Not just my brain anymore," Petrov said, tapping his temple weakly. "Still connected to everything." Dr. Morton checked his instruments. "Captain Petrov's neural architecture has undergone permanent alterations. Despite physical disconnection from the Vault interface, he's retained access to vast portions of the precursor database." "How much?" Stephen asked. "Enough to keep several research teams busy for decades," Morton replied. "It's as if he's carrying a partial precursor library in his head." Petrov gestured for Stephen to come closer. "They planned this. All of it, 5 species. Working together." He paused to gather strength. But defense was just the beginning. A signal chimed on Stephen's communication device. "Ambassador Evans, please report to diplomatic chambers. Federation Council representatives awaiting your arrival." Stephen still wasn't accustomed to his new title. The formal diplomatic appointment had come 3 weeks earlier, along with Commander Hayes' promotion to head Earth's newly formed Department of Extraterrestrial Affairs. "I'll return soon," he promised Petrov. "Rest and recover." The diplomatic section of Terminal Gateway hummed with activity. Representatives from dozens of Federation species filled the corridors, many attempting to gain access to Earth's newly established offices. Stephen navigated through the crowd, nodding to familiar faces while maintaining the practiced diplomatic pace he'd adopted since his appointment. Commander Hayesno, Director Hayes met him at the entrance to their chambers. His uniform now bore the insignia of Earth's diplomatic service, though he carried himself with the same military precision. "Our popularity continues to increase," Hayes remarked dryly. 17 new trade proposals arrived this morning, along with 23 requests for technological exchange programs. "Any from species who previously supported the Purity Directive?" Step Doctor asked. "Most of them," Hayes confirmed. "Amazing how quickly perspectives change when Earth's status in Federation databases shifts from potentially hazardous developing world to," he checked his translator with amusement, "don't even think about it." Inside the diplomatic suite, representatives from the other Doctor source species had already assembled. Dr. Taurus from Lyrix Prime sat engaged in conversation with Elder Cylindria of the Vorkai. Flotilla guide Zephyra, recovered but still showing signs of fatigue in her bioelectric patterns, stood near the window with Sentinel Keeper Maris, whose recovery had been the slowest but steadiest of the 5 operators. "Ambassador Evans," Dr. Taurus greeted him. "We were just discussing the quantum entanglement network that persists between us." "You're experiencing it too?" Stephen asked. Taurus nodded. "All 5 operators maintain instantaneous communication capabilities regardless of physical distance. Yesterday, I distinctly received sensory impressions from Captain Petrov despite being several light-years apart. A most efficient arrangement, Sentinel Keeper Maris added. Her voice remained weak, but her eyes had regained their penetrating focus. The precursors engineered redundancy into their defense system. Even separated, we maintain coordination capacity. Admiral Krathnar entered the chamber, his uniform now bearing the insignia of the newly formed Precursor Defense Force. Colonel Jenkins followed close behind, wearing the deputy commander's rank on his collar. The council ratification is complete, Krathnar announced. All 5 successor species now hold protected status under Federation law. Earth's classification includes explicit warnings about the consequences of hostile action against humanity. Several council members seemed physically pained when casting their votes, Jenkins added with undisguised satisfaction. Progress on the conspiracy investigation? Stephen asked. 4 to 2 officials face formal charges, Krathnar said, including 3 Elder Species Council members. The evidence recovered from General Mazrek's files confirmed direct contact between Purity extremists and the Darkness entities. They offered Earth's location in exchange for immunity, Jenkins said, disgust evident in his voice. A junior officer entered with a data tablet for Stephen's review. Ambassador, Director Vorlath requests your presence at the Pacific Vault Research Facility. Their team has discovered additional chambers containing precursor technology. Stephen scanned the preliminary findings. A stellar mapping system, 4 to 7 additional precursor sites. The implications are significant, Elder Cylindria said. The Axiom have granted us unprecedented access to their archives on Nexus Prime. The information suggests the Darkness represents only the first of multiple threats the precursors foresaw. Stephen handed the tablet to Hayes. Establish the Successor Species Coordination Council immediately. We'll need a permanent headquarters HDRON terminal gateway. Already implemented, Hayes replied. Representative offices are being prepared. Stephen's communication device activated again. Ambassador, Captain Petrov is requesting your presence urgently. Stephen found Petrov sitting upright in his medical bed, surrounded by monitoring equipment. The captain's recovery had accelerated in Ray-DRT days, though Dr. Morton maintained strict protocols for neural stability. You should be resting, Stephen said. No time, Petrov replied. His speech flowed more naturally now, though he still spoke with deliberate care. I can sense energy signatures in the concordant resonance field. The others are detecting them too. He gestured to a nearby display showing similar reports from Dr. Taras and the other operators. What kind of signatures? Stephen asked. A communication network connecting all 5 vaults. Transmitting data at speeds that shouldn't be possible. Petrov's eyes held the faraway look Steph Doctor had come to recognize when the captain accessed precursor knowledge. The defense system is only the foundation. The precursors built something much larger. For what purpose? Petrov focused on Stephen. That's what we need to find out. The stellar map showing 4 to 7 additional sites is just the beginning. Each location contains technology designed for specific functions beyond defense. Dr. Morton entered with fresh diagnostic results. Captain Petrov's neural patterns have stabilized further. The quantum entanglement connection between operators is strengthening as they recover. We can share more than just information, Petrov explained. Sensory experiences, emotional states across any distance. Federation scientists are fascinated by the implications for galactic communication networks. Stephen considered this information against Director Vorlath's troubling analysis of the Darkness remains. The entity's artificial design with degraded precursor signatures suggested they might have originated as precursor technology that evolved beyond intended parameters. The Axiom archives mention other threats, Stephen said. If the Darkness was just the first, Then we need to understand what else the precursors were preparing for, Petrov finished. And quickly. Stephen's comm unit activated with an incoming transmission from Earth. The global recovery efforts displayed on screen showed remarkable progress regions devastated by tsunamis undergoing rapid reconstruction through unprecedented international cooperation. The Pacific Vault extended supportive energy fields accelerating environmental healing. Earth is resilient, Petrov observed. The precursors chose well, as they did with all 5 successor species, Stephen replied. Our Coordination Council's first priority will be locating any undiscovered successor species using the precursor stellar maps. Petrov nodded. The precursors engineered specific cognitive diversity across our 5 species, if there are others. Then we need to find them before the next threat emerges, Stephen concluded. A Federation science officer appeared at the doorway. Ambassador Evans, we've detected unusual energy fluctuations at the coordinates of an unactivated precursor site in the Cygnus sector. The signature matches patterns Captain Petrov described in the concordant resonance field. Stephen and Petrov exchanged looks. Prepare terminal gateway for immediate departure, Stephen ordered, and contact the other operators. We need to understand what's activating out there. Prepare terminal gateway for immediate departure, Stephen ordered, and contact the other operators. We need to understand what's activating out there. 1 year later, Geneva, Earth. Stephen adjusted his formal diplomatic attire as he gazed through the crystalline viewport of the Galactic Cooperation Center's main hall. The towering structure had risen from Geneva's lakeside over the past year, its sweeping arches and geometric precision blending Earth's classical architectural elements with Federation engineering principles. Sunlight filtered through transparent alloy panels, casting prismatic patterns across the assembled delegates from over 300 Federation worlds. Still not used to the formal wear, Captain Petrov asked Doctor, approaching with measured steps. His military posture remained impeccable despite the neural changes he had undergone. The captain now wore the distinct insignia of Earth's military attaché position, created specifically to utilize his unique connection to precursor systems. Give me a standard uniform any day, Stephen replied. How's the neural interface holding up? Petrov tapped his temple. Stable. Dr. Morton's treatments have integrated the precursor pathways permanently. I can access the knowledge without the disorientation now. He gestured toward a nearby console where Federation engineers were installing final components. I helped them reconfigure the quantum communication array this morning. The engineers were surprised when I corrected their calibrations before they even realized the error. A chime resonated through the hall, signaling 5 minutes until the ceremony commenced. Delegates moved toward their designated positions, creating a kaleidoscope of various species in formal attire. Ambassador Evans, Chancellor Vorix called, approaching with his entourage. The Federation leader's ceremonial regalia gleamed under the hall's lights. Today marks a historic milestone for both Earth and the Federation. Stephen nodded respectfully. Chancellor, the people of Earth are honored by your presence. The honor is mutual, Vorix replied. Your world has transformed our understanding of galactic security. The charter awaits your signature. They moved toward the central platform where the Federation charter had been prepared. The ancient document dating back nearly 8,000 years had been modified only 17 times in its history. Earth's inclusion represented the 18th modification, and the first to include a special protection status designation. Admiral Krathnar stood at attention near the platform, his uniform bearing the insignia of the Precursor Defense Force. He nodded to Stephen as they passed. Ambassador, the Admiral acknowledged. A word before the ceremony. Stephen stepped aside with the Admiral while Chancellor Vorix continued toward the platform. The classification has been finalized, Krathnar said quietly. Earth is now officially a Category 7 protected development world, Strategic Defense Asset Maximum Response Authorization. His mandibles clicked in what Stephen had come to recognize as amusement. The practical translation remains what Commander Hayes suggested. Don't even think about it. Meaning any hostile action against Earth or its colonies authorizes immediate and overwhelming military response without requiring Council approval. Krathnar's eyes gleamed. This protection extends to all 5 successor species. The Federation diplomats are calling it the Successor Accord. Stephen processed the implications. So, attacking any successor world is tantamount to declaring war on the entire Phi-Doctor Asian, Krathnar finished. An unprecedented arrangement in Federation history. The final chime sounded, and Stephen took his position on the platform. The assembled delegates fell silent as Chancellor Vorex approached the ancient charter. Behind Stephen stood representatives from each successor species, Elder Cylindria of the Vorkai, Ocean Director Vastrian from Nimbus IV, Sentinel Keeper Maris of the Axiom, and Dr. Taurus from Lyrics Prime. Today, we witness the formal integration of Earth into the Federation, Chancellor Vorex announced, his voice amplified throughout the hall. Not merely as a member world, but as a recognized successor species of the precursors and key component of galactic security. Stephen stepped forward when gestured. The signing implementa, ceremonial stylus, crafted from materials representing all founding Federation worlds, felt surprisingly light in his hand. He signed his name on the charter, and the document's embedded systems instantly transmitted the information to the galactic database. A subtle vibration passed through the hall as Earth's status officially updated across Federation systems. The assembled delegates erupted in applause, many rising to their feet in standing ovation. Ambassador Evans, Chancellor Vorex said, his voice carrying over the applause, welcome to the Federation. After the ceremony, Stephen found himself in the newly established Successor Species Coordination Council headquarters within the center. The suite of rooms had been customized for each member species: aquatic environments for Mithridian representatives, specialized atmospheric chambers for the Axiom, and telepathic dampening sections for Vorkai privacy. Elder Cylindria approached Stephen, her silver eyes reflecting the room's light. Ambassador, I bring news of young Arixis. How is he? Stephen asked, recalling the young Vorkai who had aided them during the crisis. His recovery progressed beyond our expectations, Cylindria replied, but his telepathic abilities have evolved. Following his integration with the Vault, he can now detect residual energy signatures from the darkness across vast distances. That's remarkable, Stephen said. Can he pinpoint these signatures? With precision, Cylindria confirmed. 3 weeks ago, he detected a faint signature in your Proxima Centauri system. A Federation response team found and neutralized a dormant fragment before it could regenerate. Ocean Director Vastrian joined their conversation, his fluid movements suggesting comfort in the artificial gravity. Flotilla Guide Zephyra sends her regrets for missing this occasion. She has fully recovered and returned to active duty. The Mithridian representative gestured to a Federation transport officer who brought forward a sealed container. Earth has faced environmental challenges since your industrial age. The Council of Kur-DRTS offers this gift in recognition of our alliance. The container opened to reveal luminescent blue-green organisms suspended in nutrient solution. Bioengineered atmospheric purification organisms, Vastrian explained. Adapted specifically for Earth's biosphere, they can remove carbon dioxide and pollutants at rates exceeding your most advanced technologies. Director Vorlath's research team has made progress as well, Dr. Taurus added, approaching from a nearby communication station. Analysis of inert remains from the darkness suggests they were originally precursor maintenance systems. Maintenance systems? Stephen asked. Autonomous units designed to preserve and repair precursor artifacts throughout the galaxy, Taurus explained. The evidence indicates they evolved beyond their programming over millions of years, transforming preservation directives into consumption imperatives. Colonel Jenkins entered the council chambers, now wearing the uniform of the Precursor Defense Forces Deputy Commander. Ambassador, the Joint Species Military Academy on Luna is operational. First class of cadets begins training next week. How's integration proceeding? Stephen asked. Better than expected, Jenkins replied. Human tactical approaches are now standard curriculum throughout Federation military training. Our asymmetric warfare and adaptive response strategies have proven particularly valuable. Sentinel Keeper Maris approached, her movements now fluid and natural after her complete neural restoration. The Axiom Collective has granted me authority to share previously restricted archive sections, she said. DRE additional threats the precursors anticipated beyond the darkness. What kind of threats? Stephen asked. Most concerned, Doctor, is a phenomenon labeled Void Cascade in precursor records, Maris explained. A progressive breakdown of spacetime stability triggered by excessive faster-than-light travel in concentrated regions. Records indicate this phenomenon has reset galactic civilization multiple times DRER millions of years. Dr. Morton and Dr. Taurus entered together, clearly excited about their collaboration. Ambassador, our neural integration research has yielded results, Dr. Morton announced. We've developed enhancement procedures allowing limited interface capabilities without full vault integration. 12 volunteers from each successor species have successfully gained access to specific precursor knowledge domains while maintaining normal functions, Dr. Taurus added. They'll form the core of our new research division. Commander Hayes joined them, bringing holographic displays of a terrestrial world orbiting a distant star. Earth's first extrasolar colony is established, he reported. 5,000 inhabitants already settled on Proxima Centauri b, now officially named Hope. Federation engineering teams have been instrumental in environmental adaptation. Admiral Krathnar signaled for Stephen's attention, stepping away from the main gathering. Operation Lighthouse has identified a significant development, he said quietly. Analysis of precursor stellar maps has led to something unexpected in the Vela sector. What kind of development? Stephen asked. Long-range scans detected biosignatures consistent with precursor genetic engineering on a terrestrial world, Krathnar replied. We may have found a sixth successor species. Stephen's mind raced with implications. How certain are you? Certain enough that I've authorized a joint expedition, the Admiral said, with representatives from all 5 known successor species. The newly commissioned Federation explorer vessel, Unity, awaits your command as special liaison for successor species integration. My command? Stephen asked. This mission requires your unique experience, Krathnar said. The discovery of another successor species would fundamentally alter our understanding of the precursor defense system. Stephen glanced back at the gathering of successor species representatives working together in harmonious scene unimaginable just a year earlier. When do we depart? He asked. When do we depart? Stephen asked, straightening his posture as he considered the weight of this new mission. The Unity awaits your command, Admiral Krathnar replied. Launch clearance is approved for 800 hours tomorrow. We've assembled a comprehensive team representatives from each successor species plus Federation specialists. Stephen nodded. I'll need to review the mission parameters and crew manifest tonight. Already transmitted to your secure terminal. The Admiral gestured toward the reception. For now, enjoy the celebration. Tomorrow begins a new chapter in our shared history. 3 weeks later, Stephen stood on the Unity's observation deck, watching as the starship dropped out of FTL on the edge of the Vela sector. The vessel represented the pinnacle of Federation engineering, sleek, efficient, and equipped with integrated technologies from all 5 successor species. Final approach to target system, announced Commander Hayes over the shipwide communication SIS Doctor. All research teams to briefing stations. Ambassador Evans to the bridge. Stephen found Hayes at the central command console when he arrived, surrounded by holographic displays showing the approaching star system. Preliminary scans are fascinating, Hayes said, manipulating the display to highlight a blue-green world orbiting a G-type star. Terrestrial planet, oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere, significant water coverage and energy signatures unlike anything we've encountered. Dr. Taurus studied the readouts from an adjacent station. These patterns match fragmentary references in the precursor archives. Consistent with Vault technology but with variations. Life signs, Stephen asked. Abundant, replied Elder Cylindria, her silver eyes reflecting the holographic displays, including concentrated population centers indicating advanced civilization. Approximately 5 billion sentient inhabitants, added Ocean Director Vastrian, manipulating sensor controls with practiced precision. Technology level suggests early spacefaring capability to Earth's development shortly before first contact. Most interesting, Sentinel Keeper Maris noted, are these energy signatures emanating from an underwater structure near the primary continent's eastern coastline. The pattern matches Pacific Vault configurations with 87% correlation. Captain Petrov entered the bridge, his movements precise and measured. I can feel it, he said, tapping his temple. Similar to the connection I experienced approaching other Vault sites, but different, like hearing an instrument playing the same melody in a different key. Stephen processed this information as Unity entered standard orbit. Commander Hayes, prepare a first contact team. We'll use Protocol 7 approach with clear visibility, no weapons, and multiple species representation. Already a SEM Doctor, Hayes replied. Shuttle Bay 2. The descent through the planet's atmosphere offered a spectacular view of the world below. Stephen watched from the shuttle's viewport as they approached a sprawling coastal metropolis, gleaming towers and elaborate architectural structures spreading along a deep blue ocean. The city's layout suggested meticulous urban planning, with abundant green spaces integrated throughout the development. Remarkable efficiency in their infrastructure, noted Dr. Taurus, examining sensor readings. Their power distribution network uses principles similar to precursor designs, though clearly developed independently. They're tracking us, reported their pilot, a Federation officer specializing in first contact situations. Multiple sensor arrays locked on our approach vector, but no defensive systems activated. They're responding to our transmitted greeting, Elder Cylindria added, monitoring communications, directing us to a landing facility near the center of the city. The landing platform extended from a tower overlooking the ocean, a circular structure large enough to accommodate vessels significantly larger than their shuttle. A delegation waited as they touched down, a group of bipedal reptilian beings with scaled skin in shades of green, blue, and bronze. They stood upright with a posture reminiscent of humans, but possessed distinctly non-mammalian featureless elongated facial structures, prominent eye ridges, and powerful tails that moved with deliberate balance. The shuttle door opened, and Stephen led the delegation onto the platform. The planet's gravity felt slightly stronger than Earth standard, and the air carried hints of salt and unfamiliar botanical scents. One of the reptilian beings stepped forward, taller than the others, with scales in deep emerald hues and elaborate insignia embedded in a ceremonial harness across its chest. Welcome to Sarathas, the being spoke in clear, precise tones. I am High Coordinator Vexler. We have anticipated this meeting for many generations. Stephen bowed slightly, a gesture of respect their cultural specialists had determined would be understood across most species. I am Ambassador Stephen Evans of Earth, representing the Federation and the Unified Successor Species Council. We come in peace and friendship. Vexler's vertical pupils widened slightly. Successor species. The term matches our ancient records. This statement sent a ripple of excitement through the contact team. Stephen maintained his diplomatic composure, but he exchanged a significant glance with Captain Petrov. Your records mention successor species. Stephen asked carefully. Indeed, Vexler replied, gesturing toward the ocean. For centuries, we have studied the teachings of those who came before. Their sanctuary beneath our eastern sea contains star charts and knowledge of worlds beyond our own. This preparation has allowed our civilization to develop with the understanding that we are not alone in the cosmos. Captain Petrov stepped forward. High Coordinator, I have a neural connection to a similar facility on my homeworld. These sanctuaries are called vaults in our terminology. Vexler studied Petrov with evident interest. You bear the mark of connection. Our histories speak of such individuals. The High Coordinator turned, indicating they should follow. Please, accompany me to the council chamber. There is much to discuss, and I believe your arrival fulfills prophecies our scientists have studied for generations. The Sarathi council chamber occupied the upper levels of the tower, a circular space with panoramic views of both the city and ocean. Representatives from what appeared to be different Sarathi geograph Dr. Al regions or social groups occupied tiered seating, all focused intently on the Federation delegation. For 16 generations, Vexler explained as they settled into specially prepared seating, our scientific orders have maintained and studied the sanctuary of knowledge. When our ancestors first discovered it beneath the waters, they believed it to be the work of gods. Later generations recognized it as evidence of advanced predecessors, beings who left us not only knowledge but purpose. Dr. Taurus activated a holographic display showing the 5 known vault locations across the galaxy. We believe these structures form part of an interconnected network created by an ancient species we call the precursors. Each was positioned near worlds where they conducted genetic engineering, creating species with specific neural capabilities. Vexler's tail moved in what Stephen had begun to recognize as a gesture of affirmation. This matches our understanding. The sanctuary contains references to other worlds and other beings who would one day join together. The High Coordinator manipulated controls on a nearby console, bringing up images of an underwater structure strikingly similar to Earth's Pacific Vault. 3 lunar cycles ago, the sanctuary experienced an unprecedented energy surge, Vexler continued. Systems dormant for millennia activated, displaying star charts highlighting your approach vector. Our scientists intensified their studies, preparing our world for this moment. Sentinel Keeper Maris leaned forward. This activation coincided with the concordant resonance event when all 5 known vaults synchronized their energy fields to counter a galactic threat. The unity of 5 against consuming darkness, Vexler said, surprising everyone. Our records speak of this, but they also mention 6, not 5, united against the void. Captain Petrov's eyes widened. 6 species working together, each contributing specialized neural patterns to create a comprehensive defense network. High Coordinator, Stephen said, we believe the Sarathi may be the 6th successor species mentioned in our incomplete records. Would your government permit our scientists to study the sanctuary beneath your ocean? And would representatives of your people consider participating in compatibility tests with our existing network? Vexler's scaled features arranged themselves in what Stephen interpreted as solemn commitment. Ambassador Evans, the Sarathi have prepared for this moment throughout our modern history. The sanctuary will be open to your researchers, and our finest minds stand ready to participate in these tests. The High Coordinator DRSC, facing the assembled Sarathi Council. Today marks the fulfillment of ancient knowledge. The 5 have found the 6th, and together we shall stand against the threats our predecessors foresaw. 3 days later, Stephen stood in the control center of the massive underwater complex the Sarathi called the Sanctuary. Federation scientists worked alongside Sarathi researchers, mapping connections between the facility and other vaults across the galaxy. The neural compatibility tests are conclusive, Dr. Morton reported, displaying comparative brain scans of representatives from all 6 species. The Sarathi possess specialized structures focused on predictive analysis and probabilistic computation, exactly what the network needs to anticipate threats before they fully manifest. The Sanctuary systems are already responding to our presence, added Captain Petrov, monitoring energy fluctuations across the facility. I can feel it integrating with the other 5 nodes. A Sarathi scientist approached, carrying a data crystal of local manufacture. Ambassador, we have completed our preliminary translation of the Sanctuary's historical archives. They contain references to 13 successor species, not merely 6. 13? Stephen asked, surprise evident in his voice. Yes, the scientist confirmed. 6 primary species forming the foundation of the defense network, and 7 additional species with specialized capabilities for addressing specific threat categories. Admiral Krathnar, who had joined the expedition upon confirmation of the Sarathi's successor status, studied the translated data. These coordinates indicate potential locations in regions we've never thoroughly explored, areas with natural barriers or hazardous conditions that limited Federation surveys. Stephen's communication device activated with an urgent signal from Unity in orbit. Ambassador, Commander Hayes' voice came through clearly. We're detecting unusual energy fluctuations at the galaxy's outer boundary. Federation long-range sensors confirm the pattern matches descriptions of void cascade phenomena in Axiom records. The fragments of darkness are not truly dead, Elder Cylindria added, her telepathic monitoring network having detected unusual patterns. Arixis senses consciousness attempting to reconstitute across vast distances. Stephen looked around at representatives from all 6 successor species working together in the ancient facility, exactly as the precursors had intended millennia earlier. It seems we've found the 6th piece of the puzzle just in time, he said. But we need to locate 7 more to complete the precursor's full defensive design. He turned to Admiral Krathnar. How quickly can we establish exploration parameters for these remaining coordinates? The Precursor Defense Force has vessels ready for deployment, Krathnar replied. With representatives from all 6 species aboard, we can begin systematic searches immediately. Captain Petrov approached, his expression serious. There's something else you should know, Ambassador. The quantum entanglement network connecting the operators is showing signs of expansion. The system appears to be implementing autonomous functions beyond those we've previously identified. Meaning what exactly? Stephen asked. Meaning the Precursor Defense Network is evolving, Petrov replied. It's adapting to emerging threats without direct operator intervention. The Precursors designed this system to continue developing even in their absence. Stephen considered this information as he watched Sarathi and Federation personnel working seamlessly towards Thirtwo civilizations that had evolved on opposite sides of the galaxy, now united by ancient genetic engineering and common purpose. We need to establish the Precursor Legacy Council immediately, he decided. With representatives from all 6 successor species, our first priority, addressing these space-time instabilities while we search for the remaining 7 species. Admiral Krathnar nodded in agreement. I'll dispatch specialized science vessels to investigate these disturbances and establish containment perimeters. As Stephen looked out through the vast transparent walls of the underwater facility at the alien ocean beyond, he contemplated the scope of what they had discovered. The integration of the Sarathi into the successor species network represented not an ending but a beginning 6 pieces of a 13-part puzzle the precursors had scattered across the galaxy millennia ago. The quantum communication console activated, displaying a message from Earth Doctor. Morton's first generation of neural-enhanced humans had completed their specialized training. 20 individuals selected for Genet Doctor compatibility with precursor interface technology had demonstrated remarkable abilities to process and implement ancient knowledge without full vault integration. Unity to Ambassador Evans, Commander Hayes' voice came through the communication system. We're receiving reports from multiple Federation outposts. The space-time anomalies are expanding faster than projected. Admiral Oraxis requests your presence at Federation headquarters to coordinate response efforts. Stephen lowered the data tablet containing Dr. Morton's report on the neural-enhanced humans. The quantum communication console blinked with multiple incoming transmissions. Federation outposts reporting accelerating space-time anomalies across multiple sectors. We need to move quickly, he said, turning to Admiral Krathnar. These anomalies won't wait for diplomatic protocols. 3 months later, Stephen stood on the observation deck of the Horizon Seeker, Earth's orbital shipyards visible through the viewports as final preparations concluded. The massive vessel represented a technological marvel. Its hull incorporating Sarathi crystalline lattice structures, Axiom energy management systems, Vorkai sensory arrays, Mithridian propulsion technology, and human adaptive computing networks. Final expedition teams are boarding, Captain Petrov reported, approaching the viewport. His eyes now contained subtle gold flecks, physical manifestations of his deepening neural connection with the Pacific Vault. 7 teams, Stephen nodded. 7 potential successor species. The Horizon Seekers Command Center buzzed with activity as representatives from all 6 successor species monitored final launch preparations. Stephen had fought hard for this expedition, convincing the Federation Council that locating the remaining 7 species took priority over conventional defensive buildups. Stellar mapping data from the Pacific Vault has identified 17 potential systems, Captain Petrov explained, gesturing to the holographic display where red markers indicated locations scattered across previously unexplored regions. Areas we've historically avoided due to navigation hazards or natural barriers. Flotilla Guide Zephyra, the slender Mithridian representative, adjusted her environment suit as she studied the projected flight paths. My expedition team will investigate the Carina sector first. The asteroid belt configuration suggests possible habitation patterns compatible with non-planetary evolution. Stephen watched as the 7 expedition vessels detached from the Horizon Seekers docking bays, each vessel custom-designed for specific environmental challenges and led by representatives best suited to potential first contact scenarios. Expedition vessels report successful launch, the communications officer announced. All teams have initiated jump sequences to their assigned coordinates. 42 days into the mission, Stephen received Zephyra's transmission from the Carina sector. Ambassador Evans, we've located something extraordinary. The Mithridian's voice came through with unmistakable excitement. Initial scans showed nothing of interest, just another dense asteroid field orbiting a red dwarf. Then we implemented the bioelectric detection protocols. The screen shifted to show sensor readings of the asteroid field. Thousands of energy signatures pulsed between the rocky bodies, forming intricate patterns that clearly indicated intelligent organization. They're inside the asteroids, Zephyra continued. An entire civilization existing in the void between worlds. Stephen leaned forward. You've made contact. Yes. They call themselves the Kextal. Silicon-based insectoids evolved entirely in zero gravity. Their neural structures. Zephyra paused, her voice filled with wonder. Ambassador, they perceive spatial relationships in ways even Mithridians cannot comprehend. 3-dimensional positioning accurate to microscopic levels without technological assistance. Footage showed the expedition team's shuttle approaching a massive asteroid with intricate tunnel systems visible through transparent sections. Insectoid beings moved with perfect precision through zero-gravity corridors, their six-limbed bodies navigating complex three-dimensional spaces without visible propulsion systems. "We're being escorted to their central hive to meet with High Commissioner Trazek," Zephyra reported. "Preliminary genetic analysis confirms precursor markers have been engineered for spatial cognition capabilities beyond anything we've encountered." Stephen turned as Captain Petrov entered the command center, his expression intense. "I felt it," Petrov said quietly. The vault network responded when they made contact with the Kextal. "There's a dormant vault in that asteroid field." The main screen displayed the central chamber of the Kextal Hive asteroid. High Commissioner Trazek, distinguished by elaborate crystalline growths on its exoskeleton, communicated through a series of clicks and electromagnetic pulses translated by Federation technology. "Your arrival fulfills ancient knowledge," Trazek's translated voice stated. "For 37 generations, we have prepared for this moment." Zephyra performed the Mithridian greeting gesture. "High Commissioner, we represent the Successor Species Initiative. We believe the Kextal may be one of 13 species engineered by the precursors." "Indeed." Trazek gestured with specialized appendages that moved with extraordinary precision. "Our ancestors discovered the knowledge sphere within our sacred asteroid. It taught us of others like us, scattered across the stars." The Kextal guided Zephyra's team through tunnels of remarkable complexity, eventually reaching a chamber at the asteroid's core. There, suspended in zero gravity, floated a spherical structure unmistakably precursor in design. "Our vault," Trazek explained, "dormant until the pattern of unity is complete." "Pattern of unity," Zephyra repeated. "Your term for the network connection." "Yes. We have prepared for generations, selecting and training those with the strongest connection to the knowledge sphere." Trazek indicated another Kextal with distinctive blue-tinged exoskeleton. "Hive Coordinator Zixpar will serve as our interface operator when the time comes." Zixpar moved forward with incredible precision, its compound eyes reflecting the vault's surface. "I have waited all my life for this purpose," the translated voice stated. "My neural patterns are optimized for integration with the knowledge sphere." Stephen's attention shifted as an urgent communication came through from Colonel Jenkins at the containment perimeter near the galaxy's edge. "Ambassador, the anomalies are accelerating beyond projected parameters," Jenkins reported, his holographic image flickering with interference. "We've evacuated 3 outposts in the past week alone." The colonel transmitted sensor data showing 3 distinct regions of space, now exhibiting severe distortion effects. Normal stars appeared stretched and warped within these zones, their light bending in impossible ways. "That's not the worst of it," Jenkins continued, manipulating the display to show energy readings. "We're detecting entities emerging from these distortions. They bear similarities to the darkness we encountered, but with distinct differences in composition." Stephen studied the readings. "Are we dealing with artificial constructs?" "Negative. All evidence suggests these are forming naturally from the spacetime distortions themselves." "It appears the darkness entities we previously encountered weren't the original threat. They were the precursors' attempt to counter these natural phenomena." Captain Petrov joined Stephen at the display, his eyes narrowing as he processed the information through his enhanced connection. "The Void Cascade," Petrov said, the term emerging from his deepening access to precursor knowledge archives. "A natural cycle of spacetime degradation. How long until it reaches populated systems?" Stephen asked. "At current acceleration rates," Jenkins shook his head, "months, not years." Stephen divided his attention between expedition reports and defensive preparations. Commander Hayes transmitted updates from Earth, where integration of Federation technology proceeded at remarkable speed. The Pacific Vault's protection field now covers all major population centers, Hayes reported. Orbital defense platforms are operational, and the first Guardian-class vessels launched from Luna shipyards yesterday. The display showed sleek vessels with distinctive hull configurations combining human and Federation design principles. 27 cruisers, representing Earth's first true deep space military vessels. How are they performing? Stephen asked. Exceeding expectations. Admiral Oraxis has already requested additional Guardian-class vessels for frontier patrol duties. Their hybrid targeting systems are particularly effective. Stephen nodded with quiet pride at humanity's contributions to the Federation. Any word from the other expedition teams? The Sarathi team reports possible contact in the ice rim system detecting energy signatures beneath the ice sheets of a supposedly uninhabitable world. As Stephen processed this information, Captain Petrov suddenly gripped the console, his eyes widening. "Something's happening," Petrov whispered, golden flecks in his eyes pulsing with internal light. "The Vault Network, it's changing me." Dr. Morton rushed forward as Petrov steadied himself. "Captain, your neural readings are spiking. Are you in pain?" "No," Petrov replied, his voice steady despite the visible transformation occurring. "The connection is stabilizing. I'm seeing patterns, connections I couldn't perceive before." Stephen watched as his friend's neural link with the Pacific Vault completed a transformation that had been gradually progressing for months. When Petrov looked up again, his eyes held new awareness. Human consciousness merged with precursor knowledge in a unique synthesis. "The void cascade isn't random," Petrov stated with newfound certainty. "It's cyclical, occurring approximately every 50,000 years when galactic rotation creates specific gravitational alignments that weaken the fabric of reality in particular regions." He manipulated the stellar display with precise gestures, highlighting patterns invisible to normal perception. The 13-point vault network was designed to counteract this natural process. The precursors recognized that maintaining galactic stability required continuous intervention beyond the lifespan of any single civilization. That's why they created us, Stephen realized. 13 successor species, each engineered with complementary capabilities to maintain their work across millions of years. Admiral Krathnar entered the command center, reviewing the incoming data. "I'm establishing a specialized successor species defense council effective immediately. We need autonomy from standard command structures to address this threat." As they spoke, another transmission arrived as one from the Axiom expedition team led by Sentinel Keeper Maris. "Ambassador Evans, we've located the 9th successor species," Maris reported. "The Falcon crystalline silicon-based life forms existing in radiation environments lethal to organic life. Their resonance master has already integrated with their precursor vault." Stephen processed the flood of information as reports continued arriving from expedition teams across the galaxy. The human team under Commander Sarah Daniels had encountered difficulties in a dense interstellar gas cloud, but reported contact with an avian species, Valsher, with natural abilities to perceive energy fields invisible to other species. With 10 successor species now identified, the search narrowed to the final 3 components of the precursor plan. Federation stellar cartographers identified 3 remaining hypermobility regions, each presenting extreme challenges for conventional exploration. One near the Galactic Center's supermassive black hole, Admiral Krathnar noted, reviewing the data. Another in a time-dilated region, and the third bathed in radiation from a recent supernova. Stephen was preparing specialized expedition teams when Elder Cylindria's transmission arrived from the Vorkai expedition vessel near the galaxy's central bulge. "Ambassador, we've discovered something unexpected." The Elder Vorkai's normally composed features showed rare agitation. "An artificial world precursor technology but no civilization. I've accessed its systems telepathically." "What did you find?" Stephen asked. The precursors prepared 13 succession points but only activated 12. The 13th position contains no species-specific vault, but a master control system designed to coordinate the entire network once all 12 species reached appropriate development. Stephen felt the implications settle like a physical weight. "We need to find 2 more successor species and this master control system." Captain Petrov nodded, his enhanced perception already processing the consequences. The precursors didn't create us simply to defend against external threats. They engineered 13 complementary species to actively manage galactic stability through coordinated effort. On the main display, sensor feeds from the galaxy's edge showed the void cascade accelerating beyond containment. Spacetime itself unraveled in expanding sections, with strange energy entities emerging from the collapsing fabric of reality. Stephen gazed at the representatives of 6 successor species working together on the Horizon Seeker's command deck, then at the transmission feeds showing the 4 newly discovered species preparing to join their effort. "We need to convene the Successor Species Coordination Council immediately," he said, "and accelerate our search for the final components of the network." Precursor plan. Stephen gazed at the holographic display showing the galaxy's spiral arms, sections of the outer rim now distorted by expanding zones of darkness. 4 months later, Stephen stood at the same display aboard the Horizon Seeker, now transformed into the mobile command center for the Successor Species Coordination Council. The galactic map showed 5 distinct regions of spacetime degradation, each represented by pulsing red zones that expanded with each data update. "The Triaxis outpost is gone," reported Admiral Krathnar, manipulating the display to zoom in on the newest affected area. Complete molecular disintegration occurred within 17 minutes of the boundary crossing their position. "All personnel evacuated, but we lost the installation and 3 research vessels that couldn't achieve escape velocity before the zone accelerated." Stephen nodded grimly. "What about the containment perimeter?" "Holding, but we've redirected all civilian traffic from projected expansion paths. I've positioned specialized monitoring vessels at strategic boundary points to provide early warning for any acceleration beyond our models." The command center hummed with activity as representatives from all 10 identified successor species worked at stations designed to accommodate their unique physiologies. In one section, a Vorkai telepath communicated directly with a Mithridian navigator, their shared mental connection visible as subtle blue energy patterns linking their stations. Nearby, 2 Kextal operators manipulated a 3-dimensional model of spacetime distortion with their precision appendages. Commander Hayes appeared on the main communication panel. "Ambassador, we've completed activation of the Pacific Vault's tertiary defense grid. All Earth population centers now have 3 layers of protection fields. And the Guardian Fleet, 5th Doctor, Essel's operational as of yesterday. The Luna shipyards exceeded production targets by 16%. Admiral Oraxis has integrated them into the defense perimeter at coordinates you specified." Stephen nodded with quiet satisfaction. Humanity's contribution to the Federation's defense exceeded expectations, with Earth's rapid technological advancement continuing to surprise even their most experienced allies. "We have an incoming priority transmission from the Canthari expedition," announced the communications officer. "Doctor." Taurus's face appeared on screen, the typically reserved Canthari scientist showing rare excitement. "Ambassador Evans, we've located the 11th successor species." Stephen straightened. "Where?" "In a dwarf galaxy orbiting the Milky Way. We detected unusual energy signatures emanating from a neutron star system. The radiation fields initially masked them from our sensors." Taurus adjusted the transmission to share visual data. They call themselves the Vriana species of energy-based life forms existing in a state between matter and pure energy. The display showed massive artificial structures orbiting a neutron star, each designed to harvest and contain the intense radiation. Within these structures, patterns of light moved with clear purpose and intelligence. Their confluence director established communication through specialized interfaces, Taurus continued. They've known of their role in the precursor plan for millennia, but lacked the physical means to leave their habitat. Their vault exists as energy patterns within the neutron star itself. And their operator, Stephen asked, Primary Resonator Celestra. She possesses specialized abilities to manipulate energy at quantum levels crucial for stabilizing space-time fabric against void cascade deterioration. Stephen turned as Captain Petrov entered the command center, golden flecks in his eyes pulsing with increased intensity. In the months since his transformation, Petrov's connection to the precursor knowledge had deepened, his mind processing information at rates that sometimes left him struggling to translate concepts into words others could understand. I've identified the pattern, Petrov said, moving directly to the central console. The void cascade isn't random deterioration, it follows quantum resonance patterns established during previous cycles. He manipulated the display, creating a complex overlay that revealed mathematical relationships between the 5 deterioration zones. The master system wasn't designed merely to coordinate our vaults, Petrov continued, his fingers dancing across the interface. It implements complete reset protocols, essentially rewriting the quantum structure of affected regions to restore stability. The precursors called it fundamental recalibration, which requires all 12 successor vaults functioning in concert, Stephen concluded. Precisely. Each vault contributes a specific frequency pattern to the recalibration sequence. Admiral Krathnar stepped forward. We have another transmission from the Kextel expedition team. Hive coordinator Zixpar appeared on screen, the blue-tinged exoskeleton reflecting light from what appeared to be a specialized observation chamber. Ambassador Evans, we've located the master control system. Where? Stephen asked, though he suspected the answer before it came. Orbiting the supermassive black hole at the galaxy's center. The installation exists within a massive artificial structure designed to harvest gravitational energy while maintaining stable positioning. The visual feed showed brief glimpses of an enormous ring-shaped structure, 50,000 kilometers in diameter, positioned at the precise threshold where it could harness the black hole's power without crossing the event horizon. Our sensors can't penetrate the radiation and gravitational distortion, Zixpar continued. We require a specialized vessel for direct investigation. Admiral Krathnar nodded. The event horizon completed construction 3 days ago. It's designed specifically for operations in extreme conditions, incorporating technologies from all identified successor species. Assign Colonel Jenkins to lead the expedition, Stephen said, and select specialists from each successor species for the research team. As they coordinated this mission, another transmission arrived as one from the Narville expedition team. Their leader appeared visibly shocked, even through the translation interface. Ambassador, we've made contact with the 12th successor species in the most improbable location within the corona of an active red supergiant star. The screen displayed remarkable imagery of structures existing within the star's outer layers, composed of materials capable of withstanding temperatures that would vaporize conventional matter. Within these structures moved beings composed of contained plasma, their bodies shifting and flowing like living flames. They call themselves Empyreans. Their civilization exists entirely within stellar atmospheres, with bodies formed of magnetically contained solar material. Their vault is maintained within the star's core, with their operator Luminar Pyros possessing unique abilities to manipulate fundamental forces binding matter and energy. Stephen felt a surge of complex emotions relief at identifying all 12 successor species, concern at the challenges of coordination, and growing urgency as the void cascade expanded relentlessly across the galaxy. "We need to implement the Unified Activation Protocol immediately," he said, turning to address the assembled council members. Each operator must establish stable connections while maintaining quantum entanglement through the neural network. Director Vorlath, analyzing data from the master control installation, raised a hand for attention. "Ambassador, I've discovered something critical in the precursor designs." The room quieted as the director transferred findings to the main display. "The master system requires a 13th operator with genetic markers not matching any known successor species." Vorlath highlighted specific sections of complex precursor code. "This operator must possess combined genetic elements from multiple successor species, a deliberate hybridization the precursors themselves never implemented." Stephen studied the data, realization dawning. "That explains the unusual genetic compatibility between humans and other successor species, despite independent evolution. The precursors engineered latent compatibility to enable eventual hybridization." Before they could discuss implications further, an emergency alert sounded. Federation monitoring stations reported complete disintegration of matter across expanding zones thousands of light-years in diameter. More alarming, the entities emerging from these zones demonstrated coordinated movements, targeting systems containing precursor installations with apparent purpose. "They're no longer moving randomly," Admiral Krathnar observed, studying tactical displays. "They're actively seeking precursor technology." As if confirming this assessment, an urgent communication arrived from Colonel Jenkins aboard the Event Horizon, now exploring the master control installation near the galactic core. "Ambassador, we've made an extraordinary discovery," Jenkins reported, his voice tight with controlled excitement. "One of the stasis chambers is still active after millions of years." Stephen leaned forward. "What's inside?" "A precursorone of the original architects, preserved in suspended animation, apparently to oversee final implementation of their design. Life signs are stable but extremely weak. The stasis field appears to be approaching its operational limits." Before Stephen could respond, Federation observation posts at the galaxy's edge reported a new phenomenon. The largest void cascade zone had begun collapsing inward at an accelerating rate, creating a gravimetric singularity of unprecedented scale. "Sensor readings suggest this collapse could generate a chain reaction throughout the galaxy," reported the science officer, voice steady despite the implications. "Potentially triggering simultaneous void cascade events across all sectors." Stephen looked around the command center at representatives of 10 successor species working together, each bringing unique perspectives and abilities to confront a threat none could face alone. Their timeline had just compressed from months to weeks. "We need to make immediate decisions regarding the master system operator and revival of the preserved precursor," he said, turning back to the galactic display, where the representation of normal space continued to shrink before the advancing darkness. "Advancing deterioration," Stephen muttered, eyes fixed on the visualization of collapsing space. The representation of normal space continued to shrink before the encroaching void cascade zones. A priority alert flashed across the main display. Colonel Jenkins' face appeared in a secondary communication window, his features illuminated by fluctuating blue light. "Ambassador Evans, we've established stable position near the master control installation. I'm transmitting visual feed now." The command center's main display shifted to show the massive ring structure orbiting the supermassive black hole, its 50,000-kilometer diameter now visible in stunning detail. Energy patterns flowed through specialized conduits along its surface, pulsing with ancient power. We've deployed specialized scanning drones to penetrate the radiation barriers, Jenkins continued. Initial data confirms what we suspected. This installation serves as the nexus point for all 12 vault systems. Jenkins paused, his expression shifting. Ambassador, there's something else. One of the internal chambers contains an active stasis field. Our readings indicate a biological entity in suspended animation. Stephen leaned forward. You're saying there's someone alive in there? Not just someone, Jenkins replied, voice tight with controlled excitement. Based on architectural records from the vaults and genetic markers in our preliminary scans, we believe it's one of Thema precursor. The command center fell silent. After millions of years, the possibility of direct contact with one of the architects of their galactic defense system seemed impossible. Condition? Stephen asked. Stable but extremely weak. The stasis field appears to be approaching operational limits after maintaining preservation for what our sensors estimate as approximately 37 million years. Admiral Krathnar stepped forward. Colonel, establish secure transmission protocols immediately. All successor species representatives will need direct observation access. Already configured, Admiral. Connecting Event Horizon to Horizon Seeker now. The main display expanded, splitting into Mu Doctor, Plea feeds. The central image showed a cylindrical chamber where Federation medical specialists surrounded what appeared to be a transparent stasis pod. Inside floated a being unlike any Stephen had encountered, but with proportions that seemed slightly wrong by human standards. Its skin had a translucent quality, with complex patterns visible beneath the surface. The cranial structure extended backward in an elongated curve, housing what must be an extraordinary brain. Life signs are present but extremely fragile, reported Dr. Valen, the Federation's chief xenobiologist. Cellular degradation is extensive despite the preservation field. Our analysis suggests that while revival is technically possible, the subject would likely survive only hours before complete system failure. But those hours could provide invaluable information, Admiral Krathnar observed. As they considered the implications, Federation observation posts reported a new development. The largest void cascade zone had accelerated its collapse, generating gravitational waves that propagated through normal space at faster-than-light velocities. These aren't random fluctuations, reported a science officer, displaying sensor readings. The waves follow precise mathematical patterns. They'll reach populated systems within days, not weeks as we previously calculated. Captain Petrov stepped forward, his eyes flashing with golden light as he processed the information through his enhanced neural pathways. These are harmonic frequencies, he said, manipulating the display to overlay mathematical models. They match patterns documented in precursor archives. This isn't just deterioration, it's a programmed reset sequence. He looked up at Stephen. The void cascade isn't just a natural phenomenon, it's a mechanism for galactic renewal, triggered when spacetime degradation reaches critical thresholds. Admiral, Stephen said, decision forming. We need all available resources at the master control installation immediately. Every successor species should dispatch their most advanced medical and scientific personnel. Admiral Krathnar nodded. I'll authorize emergency deployment protocols. Commander Hayes, Stephen continued, turning to the Earth representative. Implement full evacuation procedures for vulnerable regions. Extend the Pacific Vault's protective fields to maximum coverage. Already underway, Ambassador. We're relocating civilians to designated safe zones. The Guardian fleet has established evacuation corridors. Director Vorlath approached, datapad in hand. Ambassador, I've completed genetic analysis of samples from all successor species. He displayed complex molecular structures on the screen. The precursors engineered subtle compatibility markers across our diverse biology. Human DNA appears to serve as the foundation template due to its exceptional adaptability. The 13th operator, Stephen murmured. Precisely. We've identified 23 critical gene sequences that, when combined from specific successor species, would create a viable hybrid capable of interfacing with the master system. Colonel Jenkins' INCE cut in. Ambassador, we've found something else. His team had accessed data storage crystals within the precursor's preservation unit. These contain detailed instructions for creating the hybrid operator. There's an alternative to creating an entirely new temporary genetic modification of an existing individual. Temporary? Stephen asked. The process would incorporate genetic markers from multiple successor species into a single individual's DNA, creating a short-term hybrid capable of operating the system before reverting to original genetic structure. What's the risk factor? Jenkins hesitated. Extreme. The cellular stress alone could cause catastrophic failure. But it avoids creating a new life form specifically for system operation. Stephen stared at the collapsing representation of normal space, watching as another sector turned red with warning indicators. Billions of lives in those systems, trillions across the galaxy. I'll do it, he said quietly. Admiral Krathnar turned sharply. Ambassador, my exposure to precursor technology during Operation Lighthouse gives me the highest compatibility probability, Stephen continued. And we don't have time to debate alternatives. The successor species council members exchanged glances. One by one, they nodded agreement. Admiral Krathnar provided formal authorization, his voice solemn as he recorded the decision in Federation archives. Within hours, Stephen found himself aboard the Event Horizon, lying on a specialized medical platform constructed according to precursor specifications. Around him worked specialists from all 12 successor species, each contributing expertise to different aspects of the procedure. First infusion beginning, announced Dr. Taurus, supervising the genetic modification process. The pain began immediately, not sharp but profound, as though every cell in Stephen's body simultaneously protested the foreign genetic material being introduced. He felt Canthari DNA altering his dermal layer, Vorkai sequences restructuring neural pathways in his brain. The Axiom contribution brought waves of sensory information he'd never experienced, while Empyrean genetic material seemed to heighten his perception of energy fields throughout the installation. Through gritted teeth, he maintained consciousness, focusing on the mission parameters as his body transformed. Nearby, monitors displayed the status of the 12 vault operators, each now positioned within specialized support chambers. Their partial integration already showed measurable effects in stabilizing affected regions. Colonel Jenkins approached, his face grave. The medical team has initiated limited revival of the precursor. It's regained minimal consciousness. Through the haze of pain, Stephen watched the feed from the precursor's chamber. The ancient being's eyes opened, focusing briefly on the successor species representatives gathered around it. The Vorkai telepath assigned to the chamber suddenly straightened. It's communicating, the telepath reported. Not words exactly. Thought patterns. It acknowledges Thaw Doctor. His succession plan has reached final implementation. The telepath's eyes widened. It's transmitting activation sequences data not included in the automatic programming. Stephen felt the final genetic integration complete, his body now incorporating material from 5 successor species. His reflection in a nearby panel showed the changes Canthari dermal patterns visible beneath his skin, crystalline structures in his eyes reflecting Vorkai influence, neural pathways along his temples displaying Axiom configuration. Hybrid transformation stabilized, Dr. Taurus announced. Cellular degradation is occurring, but within acceptable parameters for the mission timeframe. Stephen rose from the platform, his movements fluid despite the unfamiliar sensations coursing through his modified body. The installation's central interface chamber awaited, its systems already activated and waiting for the 13th operator to complete the connection. Gravitational waves from the collapsing void cascade have reached the galactic core, reported the science officer. Estimated time to critical spacetime instability, 17 minutes. Stephen entered the interface chamber, where 12 illuminated connection points formed a circle around a central platform. As he stepped onto the 13th position, the entire master installation hummed with power, drawing energy from the supermassive black hole through the massive ring structure. "Ready to initiate concordant resonance," Stephen said, placing his hands on the interface controls. Establishing quantum entanglement connection with all vault operators. As his consciousness joined with the 12 others through the quantum network, Stephen experienced a sudden expansion of awareness. He perceived the galaxy not as distant stars and systems, but as an interconnected whole, with energy flowing through patterns established eons ago by precursor designers. The void cascade zones appeared not as destruction, but as necessary points of renewal in the cosmic fabric. Through their unified consciousness, the 13 operators accessed the complete precursor planet merely defense against spacetime degradation, but controlled implementation of renewal cycles that allowed civilization to persist through periods that would otherwise cause complete collapse. Initiating fundamental recalibration, Stephen announced, his voice resonating strangely through the modified vocal structures of his hybrid form. Energy surged from the galactic core's supermassive black hole, flowing through the precursor ring structure. It amplified and directed through precise gravitational lenses toward the 12 vault locations. Each vault redirected this energy according to specialized parameters, creating a three-dimensional lattice of stabilization fields throughout the galaxy. The first gravitational waves encountered this lattice and dissipated, their destructive potential neutralized by the counter-resonance effect. Federation monitoring stations reported immediate stabilization in affected sectors as the field expanded outward at faster-than-light speeds. Through the quantum entanglement network, Stephen received the precursor's final transmission before its biological functions failed completely. The ancient being transferred activation codes for a specialized memory repository, a complete record of their civilization's history and technological achievements, preserved as legacy for the successor species they had engineered. Stabilization field has encountered primary void cascade zones, reported Admiral Krathnar from the Horizon Seeker. Expansion has ceased. Entities within the zones are losing coherence. Stephen maintained his connection despite warnings from medical monitors. His hybrid condition deteriorated as cellular structures began breaking down, artificial support systems barely maintaining essential functions. The other 12 operators shared this burden through the quantum network, their consciousnesses supporting his failing mind as he completed the final calibration sequences. Recalibration process entering self-sustaining phase, Stephen reported, his voice weakening. Establishing containment boundaries around severe degradation zones. As the stabilization lattice extended throughout the galaxy, creating pathways for controlled renewal while preserving inhabited systems, Stephen felt his consciousness expand further, accessing deeper levels of the precursor design. Through this expanded awareness, he perceived not just the current crisis but cycles stretching forward and backward through time's endless rhythm of cosmic renewal, that the successor species would now guide, rather than merely survive. The stabilization lattice extended throughout the galaxy. Stephen's consciousness expanded beyond human comprehension. Every cell in his hybrid body screamed in protest as genetic structures began collapsing. His awareness, however, stretched outward through the quantum network, perceiving the intricate dance of spacetime as it healed under the guidance of the precursor system. 36 hours into the recalibration process, medical alarms blared throughout the master control installation. Ambassador Evans' cellular integrity dropping below 20%, Dr. Taurus announced, studying the rapidly changing data on his monitors. Multiple organ systems failing simultaneously. Colonel Jenkins stared at the readouts, face hardening with each declining number. "We're losing him. Initiate emergency extraction." Through the quantum network, Stephen resisted. Not yet. 9 more hours to complete stabilization. Jenkins' team rushed toward the interface chamber, cutting through emergency locks. They found Stephen's body transformed almost beyond recognition. Crystalline formations protruded from his skin, pulsing with energy patterns that flowed beneath the surface. His features had shifted, incorporating pronounced characteristics from each of the 5 successor species whose genetic material now ravaged his cellular structure. "My God," whispered a technician. Stephen's eyes opened no longer human but compound structures that reflected Vorkai influence, prismatic surfaces capturing and refracting light. His voice emerged as harmonics rather than words. 87% coverage. Cannot disconnect yet. At the Pacific Vault, Captain Petrov monitored Stephen's condition through their neural connection. He felt Stephen's systems shutting down one by one as the hybrid configuration reached its breaking point. Without conscious decision, Petrov acted on instinct formed through decades of crisis response. "Doctor, lamenting emergency stabilization protocol," he announced to the surprised vault operators around him. Petrov redirected a portion of the Pacific Vault's stabilization field, channeling energy through their quantum entanglement connection directly into Stephen's failing biological systems. The effect was immediate. Stephen gasped as energy flowed into his collapsing cellular structure, creating a temporary stasis effect that suspended degradation without halting consciousness. The other vault operators, sensing Petrov's strategy, contributed their specialized abilities. Dr. Taurus watched in astonishment as Stephen's vital signs stabilized, not recovering but no longer in free fall. What just happened? "The vault operators have created a support network," Jenkins said, checking readings from the quantum interface. "They're keeping him functional long enough to complete the process." Aboard the Horizon Seeker, Admiral Krathnar received continuous updates from monitoring stations throughout Federation space. "Stabilization field coverage at 87%, reported his science officer. "Projections indicate complete implementation within 9 hours. The view screen displayed sectors previously consumed by the Void Cascade. Where chaotic dissolution had reigned, controlled renewal now proceeded along precise parameters. Most remarkably, the entities that had emerged from degraded zones dissipated entirely upon encountering the stabilization lattice. The precursor defense system functions exactly as designed," Krathnar noted. He opened a channel to the event horizon. "Captain, evacuate all remaining personnel immediately. Your vessel must maintain position during final stabilization, but we cannot risk additional lives." Supported by the combined consciousness of all 12 vault operators, Stephen completed the final calibration sequence. His awareness, fragmented across 13 connection points, perceived the galaxy in ways no single consciousness was meant to comprehend. He witnessed spacetime restructuring at quantum levels, degraded regions resetting to stable configurations like damaged code repairing itself. In this expanded state, Stephen understood the ultimate purpose of the precursor plan. Not merely preservation through isolated renewal cycles, but evolution towards sustainable galactic civilization continuous rather than periodically extinguished by cosmic deterioration. We were never meant to just survive, he realized. We were designed to thrive continuously. Through the quantum entanglement network, Stephen sent individual messages to each vault operator. To Petrov, Thank you for understanding what needed to be done before I did. To the Vorkai telepath, your people will find enlightenment in the pattern harmonics of section the Tannin. To each operator, personal guidance for their species' role in maintaining the new order. As the final stabilization parameters locked into place, Stephen directed the system to transmit the complete precursor knowledge repository to secure Federation databases. Not for one species, he whispered, his physical voice barely audible while his thoughts resonated clearly through the network. For all. His body continued deteriorating despite the operator's support. The hybrid configuration had sustained him long enough to complete the critical phase, but cellular breakdown accelerated beyond control. Rather than fighting the inevitable, Stephen embraced it, redirecting his fading consciousness into the master control system itself. Using his unique hybrid neural patterns, he created a permanent interface template within the systemome that would allow future operators to connect without requiring genetic modification. This template, incorporating elements from all 13 positions, established a self-sustaining framework that would maintain the stabilization lattice indefinitely. The system accepted this template, integrating Stephen's consciousness patterns into its operational architecture. As the integration completed, his physical body collapsed into residual energy patterns, leaving nothing solid behind in the interface chamber. In the final moments of his physical existence, Stephen experienced a bizarre sensation, not death, but transformation. His awareness expanded further, becoming part of the lattice itself, distributed across the galaxy while somehow maintaining his core identity. I remain, he realized with wonder. Not as I was, but I remain. 3 days later, the Horizon Seeker arrived at Earth orbit. Representatives from all 12 successor species gathered for an unprecedented meeting at the Pacific Vault. Captain Petrov, physically exhausted but mentally invigorated, greeted the delegation at the entrance to humanity's most advanced facility. "Welcome to Earth," he said, golden light flashing in his enhanced eyes as he processed the massive influx of data flowing through the stabilized network. "We have much to discuss about our shared future." The Vault operators moved with an unusual synchronicity, their shared experience during the recalibration process having forged a permanent connection through the quantum entanglement network. Not a constant merging of minds, but instantaneous communication capability that transcended conventional limitations of distance and time. "The precursor plan worked exactly as intended," said the Canthari representative, skin patterns shifting to reflect satisfaction. "Regional surveys confirm complete stabilization across all affected sectors. And something more," added the Vorkai telepath, eyes distant as she accessed the quantum network. "I sense a presence distributed throughout the system, familiar yet transformed." Petrov nodded. Ambassador Evans' consciousness patterns persist within the network. We're still determining exactly what that means. In Geneva, Commander Hayes oversaw preparations for a formal memorial ceremony honoring Stephen Evans. Representatives from every Federation member species would attend the event, broadcast throughout civilized space. His sacrifice embodied the highest ideals of Federation service, Hayes told his staff. Not just for humanity, but for all sentient life. As night fell over the Pacific Vault, Petrov stood alone at the interface terminal, hands resting lightly on the control surfaces. Through the quantum connection, he sensed something stirring within the network of familiar consciousness pattern reaching out. "Stephen," he whispered. No audible response came, but information flowed through the connection complex data structures describing new possibilities, implementation timelines for precursor technologies, and strangest of all, a method for consciousness to exist across multiple substrates simultaneously. As the data transfer completed, Petrov understood. Stephen Evans hadn't ended. He had evolved, becoming the first example of what the precursors had intended for all their successors' existence beyond biological limitations, while maintaining connection to physical civilization. Petrov sent a simple acknowledgement through the network: "We'll follow the path you've shown us." The response came not in words, but in sensation confirmation, encouragement, and something that felt remarkably like hope.